Oh my word, what is that noise? Oh my god, is it March already? Oh yes, everybody, here we are at Donington Park. The 2026 season starts right here at BARC in the park. Time for a roll call. Britcar Endurance Championship, check. Junior Saloon Cars, check. Classic Touring Cars, check. Track Action, check. Hyundai Coupes, check. And of course the MG owners all in action here at Donington Park this weekend. The season starts right here. Only one thing for it. Let's go racing, everyone! Come on! Way! For a quick chat, shall we? Simon, congratulations on pole position. First race of the season as well. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've got this new watch on and it's telling me my heart rate's at 103 right now, and resting it's about 50.
Do you mind?
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah.
Still going. So there's a bit of pressure, but we've done a bit of work on the car over the winter, and we're up with the big boys now. So let's just see if I can keep it there and keep it on track. And quite happy with how things are going.
0.922 of a second faster than everybody else.
A road lap.
I don't believe it. The conditions perfect, right?
They're looking good. Yeah, I think I've got my new water bottle as well, keeping me cool. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Sorry to put a bit more pressure on you there as well. Let's grab a quick chat with Ian, because I have spoken to Ian. Can I just borrow you again? You've told me the story, but I want to hear it from you again. You were telling me 2 years ago you said you were the fastest here, yeah. But even today you're 2 seconds faster than that time.
I was 155 or 150. Yeah, 155 last year, 2 years ago, yeah, in the race, and I'm 2 seconds quicker, and we're all going quicker.
Yeah.
But it's a lot. I put a lot of work into my driving, a lot, because I've been on a sim a lot. I've had some coaching, so yeah, I've improved. And the car's obviously improved as well. The setup. So,
however, we did have a little chat. The Melbourne Loop. You're not the biggest fan of it.
It's shit. If I'm honest, you accelerate down, you brake, you accelerate back up, and you're back. It's not worth having in for me personally, but other people may love it. Yeah, it's personal preference. Isn't it?
Look, best of luck today. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Good stuff there. Apologies there if you did hear any bad language. Of course, we are live. The drivers are literally about to head out on track. Emotions running very high indeed. I really wanted to find Gary Preble for a chat if we can. We've still got cars coming in, so let's move. There he is. He's literally right there. Sorry, Anton, you come with me. He's going to park up. Let's have a quick chat with him. He's in a Hillman Imp. Very rare to see him in that. I think I've just been attacked by a spider as well. Would you believe that? Here he is, driver Gary Preble. This doesn't look like a Honda Civic to me. Here he is. Gary, not used to seeing you in one of these.
It's a little bit different, isn't it?
It is. Tell me about it. How did this come about?
I just started looking over the Christmas period and see this one come available, and I thought, you know what, my dad used to race these back in the 70s, and it'd be a lovely touch to do a bit of historic. I mean, the 03s was getting a little bit quiet.
Yeah.
The pre-66 I've watched for some time now, and it's certainly a growing championship, and I thought it'd be nice to be a big part of that.
So the Civic, where is that? Is that parked up?
Yeah, it's just parked up at home. Yeah. So it's parked up at home. Again, obviously there's slight change in the regs this year, so unfortunately we couldn't run it. But I kind of got ready for another little change and a challenge, and I'm always up for a new challenge. So excellent. Here we are.
Here we are, and look, Donington Park, perfect conditions.
Perfect weather conditions. You can't ask for more than this, can you? No, I'm excited to see how the race will go. It's good. First race in the car. We've qualified well, so yeah, let's fingers crossed.
Gary, thanks for talking to us. Always a pleasure to see you. It really is indeed. Let's move down a little bit further, shall we, see who we can find to have a quick chat with. We've got the number 21 here, Mike Davies. I wonder if we can jump in and have a quick chat if we can. First race of the season, how are we feeling? You got the honour of going first as well.
Yes, I have, yeah. Yeah, looking forward to it. A lovely day for it.
So what, have you been busy over the winter? What have you been up to?
It's had an engine refresh.
Right, okay.
Yeah, quite a major rebuild of the engine.
So are you happy with how things have gone this morning?
I was a bit off the pace this morning, not a lot, but just a little bit. So not quite sure why that was, but might have been tyres. We were on some old tyres, so got some fresh ones on now, so maybe a bit quicker.
Excellent, good stuff. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Enjoy it, won't you, as well? Yeah, have a great time indeed. Let's move on. We've got Barry Syme over here as well. I really want to speak to Barry as always. He's always trips down. Here he is. He's my old mate Barry. How are we doing? Like, believe it or not, of course I've been in the boot of this car today already, haven't I? I hope I haven't knocked the balance off or anything, have I?
Hopefully not. Well, you maybe slowed me down a bit for qualifying. That's my excuse, and I'll stick to it. Yeah.
I told you weren't allowed to use that. Look, what have you been up to over the winter? How much work have you been doing on the car?
Yeah, loads. I mean, we ended the year well, second in the overall championship and first in class. We're invited to the sprint at Goodwood sprint that Swift Tune ran for minis as well, so my dad got a shot as well. Let him in for a change, and that went well. And with a bit of time obviously over the winter, so full strip, full rebuild, a bit of bodywork damage as well, repaired after a bit of close racing. And we're ready to rock. We had a test on Monday at Croft, which is almost our home circuit.
It's on the way home, isn't it, I suppose?
It's about 3 hours down the road, so Donington's about 5 hours, so
this is almost a home track as well.
Pretty much, yeah. After that, Brands Hatch is like a day to get there, but no, we're looking for the weather's looking really well, good. Maybe not mini weather for us, but we'll do what we can.
Barry, I'll see you at Thruxton later in the year. Yeah. So, thanks for talking to us. Right, let's move. We've got as you can see, the drivers are just getting into the cars now. Let's just move over here. We've got a little bit of time yet, I think, before we go in. We've got Oliver Law here in the quartet. He's some driver, by the way, is Oliver Law. And so I'm going to move around the car. So if you stay up here and I'll move around, and we can quickly see if I can juggle over. And I'm going to have to ship somebody else out of the way here, it looks like, if that's all right. Really sorry, buddy. I'm just jumping in. Oliver, it's great to see you again. How you doing? How was your winter?
Yeah, we're doing good. Winter was good. A lot of training and not much time in the car though. Testing yesterday, first time out, and yeah, it's going good.
Tested first time out. So you say training as well. You've been doing a lot of sim training. You've been hitting the gym. You look at these guns, by the way. Wow.
Bit of sim training, bit of gym, yeah, a lot of college work.
What's your expectation in this race then? Because the boys ahead look pretty quick as well, don't they?
Yeah, they're going quite quick. But I said after qualifying it can all happen in the race, and I don't know, it depends how we all get off the line.
Excellent. Oliver, thanks for talking to us, mate. It's great to see you again, by the way. Good luck out there today. Yeah, perfect conditions. Don't forget, we've got so much coming up for you throughout the course of the day. We've got that 90-minute Britcar Endurance race as well. This race, we did have a bit of fog this morning. It just slowed everything down a little bit. In fact, the timetable was delayed ever so slightly. This race just due to be 5 minutes later than the scheduled timetable, which is not a problem. We've still got time to go have another little chat over here, shall we, in one of the minis. Let's just find out how we're... Hello, how are you? Good to see you.
Yeah.
How was your winter? All right?
Reasonable, yeah.
Oh, that doesn't sound very convincing to me.
Well, spending a lot of time with silly little things with this car.
Are you confident with it now?
Not really, no. The clutch wasn't working in qualifying,
okay,
which is not the best thing to have. So.
No, I can think of better things.
There's a lot of grating noises and crashes and grinds, but
okay.
I may.
Is this race then a bit? Look, let's just see how the car performs. Let's just get round and take it from there.
Everybody's going quicker and quicker and quicker, and
yeah,
I'm not.
Let's do that.
I just hope there's going to be somebody I can keep up with.
Yeah.
Even if I'm last, if there's somebody you can dice with, that makes your day.
Yeah.
That's what we're out for.
Exactly.
It's to dice, yeah?
You'll have a great time. You will. We'll chat afterwards and I'll see the biggest smile on your face ever.
Just sneeze really, every time I go past, sneeze really hard.
Shall I?
Yeah, I might go for quicker than down the straight.
Okay. I'll do that thing where I push the air behind you and just give you a bit of a bump down the straight there. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. We're going to move up here because the cars are not too far away from getting underway. Like I said, we've got a lot coming up for you throughout the course of the day. We've got that 90-minute Britcar Endurance race as well. If you haven't already, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We can see the comments as well. I know Dave will read a load out. I'll have a look as well. So if you want to shout out, if you're celebrating a birthday or an anniversary or something special, please do get in contact with us as well. It is fantastic to have you all along. The cars are firing up now as we can hear. The gates are opening. Let's get ourselves into position and watch these cars make their way out onto the track. The very first race of the day, the first race of the 2026 BARC season is about to get underway. It is the Prix 66 for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. This is going to be fantastic. Let's watch the cars. They're about to come out on track, and I will very shortly be handing over to your commentator. What a joy, what a pleasure it is to have this man back once again in 2026. Please, everybody, let's give it up for the one, the only, Dave Goddard.
And a warm welcome to Donington Park, the home of motorsport in the Midlands, for BARC in the Park, BARC in the Park here at Donington this weekend, and an absolutely packed programme of racing over the course this weekend. 16 races to bring you today and tomorrow. The fog has burned off from this morning. We did start about 15 or 20 minutes behind schedule earlier on, but lovely conditions, lovely spring weather here now to get the racing season underway, and a very busy programme we have. Today's feature race will be the 90-minute race for the Britcar Endurance Championship. That is race 3 on the programme. We've also got 3 different grids featuring effectively 7 different championships for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We also have the Track Action Racing Club there, mixture of saloons and sports cars. We have the Junior Saloon Cars, the young guns in there, Citroën Saxo VTRs. We'll also have a couple of races tomorrow for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup, the identical Hyundai Coupes, and a massive grid for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship as well. That's coming up tomorrow, but we begin with the Everard's Prix 66 classic and historic touring cars, celebrating the heritage of the British Saloon Car Championship as it was known then, the British Touring Car Championship now, of course. And a fantastic field. We should see 26 cars on the grid for the first of their 2 15-minute races this weekend. The British Saloon Car Championship began back in 1958 and was won by Jack Sears in, of all things, an Austin A105 Westminster. We haven't got any of those on the grid this weekend, nor any of the big Jaguars that he was battling with, but we do have, as you can see, an absolute phalanx of Lotus Cortinas, we've got Minis, Ford Anglias, lots of Hillman Imps further back on the grid. And to balance things out, Piers Grange, who we've normally seen in a Ford Mustang over the last few seasons, the classic Ford specialist, in that gigantic Ford Galaxy that lines up fourth on the grid here, reminiscent of the cars raced by the likes of Jack Sears and the Australian Frank Gardner back in the early 1960s in the British Saloon Car Championship. No, the first Galaxies that were raced by Sears and co were genuine ex-NASCAR racers. I think that's a slightly later one that's Piers Grange has got there, the number 65 machine. In fact, I think that's a misprint on my entry list. It's actually a Ford Falcon, not a Galaxy, that he's got there. The Galaxy is even bigger. The car in the Alan Mann racing colours there. Yes, that's a Falcon that Piers Grange has got there. The multiple Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. He'll be doubling up with them this year as well in one of his other classic Fords that's in his collection. We'll see them out as part of a mixed grid a bit later on. But great to have you all here with us at Donington, whether you're watching at trackside or on the stream. We will very shortly be getting the cars out onto track. They'll have a green flag lap and then onto a 15-minute race. They'll have 2 races this weekend. It is number 64 of Simon Gustafson in pole position. We just heard from him, the Lotus Cortina pilot, the former VW Golf GTI racer a few years ago. Starting alongside number 7, Ian Thompson. He was champion in the Prix 66s a couple of years ago with his Lotus Cortina. That was another Cortina that he raced, the Alan Mann Racing liveried machine. He was a second off Simon Gustafson in the qualifying session earlier on. It is young Oliver Law, son of Justin Law, the great Jaguar Group C racer, who lines up on the second row of the grid. There is today's schedule. The Prix 66s will be followed by the Track Action Racing Club, mixture of saloons and sports cars, for their 15-minute race. And then it will be today's feature race, the 90-minute pit stop race for the Britcar Endurance Championship. A huge field of sports and GT cars for that one. We'll then have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Prix 83. Championship. We've also got the combined grid of Prix 9303, Boston Thunder, and the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well. But I believe Ian has caught up with, down in the assembly area, a champion from last year in our Prix 66 touring cars.
Well, we're still waiting for the cars to go out. Not quite sure what the delay is, but I found James Ibbotson, the 2025 Prix 66 champion. James, you're not racing?
No, a few things going on at the moment, and didn't quite get my engine ready in time for this year, so I'd like to be out for Cadwell for the second one, but we'll see. See how things work out.
Is it quite hard seeing all these cars about to go out and you're not behind the wheel?
It is strange being on the wrong side of the fence, but I'll tell you what, the weight is off my shoulders a little bit, but in all honesty I would rather be out there. Yeah.
Now, we've seen you doing some drifting out there in a Prix 66. You're just some driver, aren't you? What car are you bringing out to play if you do get out, Cadwell?
Be the Imp again. Yeah, got to be the Imp.
It's got to be, hasn't it? I don't know what the delay is here, but who are you here with today, James? Are you supporting anybody? Are you just supporting the club?
Yeah, supporting the club, and mainly the other Imps. I see Gary Preble's come out.
He is,
now, yeah. So sort of eyeing up the competition a little bit, but yeah, I'm excited to come back and have a go with Gary. So that'll be good.
Tell me about last year. Was it quite emotional wrapping up the title?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was after a lot of effort and a lot of pain, but it was all worth it.
Excellent. Well, as you can see, the cars are heading out track. James, thanks so much for talking to us. I'll see you at Cadwell Park. Yeah. It is now finally time to go racing for the Prix 66s. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Good to hear from James Ibbotson there, the now two-time champion in this division, the Prix 66 classic and historic touring cars, with his Hillman Imp, Mr. Sideways as he's known. Sadly not able to race this weekend, as we heard, his engine not quite ready in time. Looks like Gary Preble has had a problem getting going there. The marshal's being called in perhaps to give him a push in the number 71 Imp, the three-time Prix 03 touring car champion with his Honda Civic, but struggling to get the Imp fired up there for his first race in the car that his father Alan Preble was so successful in, or that type of car, in years gone by. Back of the grid comes out. Last of all, there is dear old Tim Dodwell in the Mini he's owned since it was new back in the 1960s. He drives that car on the road to events as well, so I hope the clutch holds up all right, else Tim won't be able to get home today. One car we haven't got, I noticed there, is Andrew Hack, who was at the bottom of the timesheets and qualifying, had some problems with his Mini, number 123, so Andrew looks like he's a non-starter. So only 25 cars for this opening race of the day. We'll take you through the grid for the Everard's Prix 66 touring cars. Simon Gustafson, Ian Thompson in their Lotus Cortinas on the front row. Second row, Oliver Law, the young gun in his Lotus Cortina, was fighting for the lead at this corresponding meeting last year as well, alongside Piers Grange in that huge Ford Falcon. First of the Minis is Dan Wheeler, number 888, alongside 56 Adam Cunnington with the Lotus Cortina, the ex-Triumph racer. Welcome back Roger Stanford and his famous Lotus Cortina. Had a big crash in that at Alton Park a couple of years ago, and that car has since been rebuilt and he's back on the grid alongside Martin Armstrong, number 230, with his Mini. Completing the top 10, Barry Syme, all the way from Scotland, with his famous blue Mini, alongside Jake Swan in his very smart Ford Anglia, number 538. The sixth row, number 52, Billy Keneally, he's also in an Anglia, alongside Mike Davies. John Davies will take over that car for race 2 tomorrow, the Mini. Row 7, Ed Gibbs with an Anglia, and Pat Keneally, father of Billy, with a Lotus Cortina. Row 8 is Gary Preble alongside Kevin Swan. So Gary Preble has qualified fastest of the Hillman Imps alongside Kevin Swan, father of Jake. Brendan Rooney in his Imp alongside Adrian Oliver. And then on the 10th row, two more Imps, Steve Platts and Jeremy Dias. Their versions badged as the Singer Chamois, the sportier Imp variants. Charles Norris, number 35, his little Austin A35, starts alongside Keith Wright with his Lotus Cortina. Patrick Harris, the lone Morris Minor, alongside Steve Evans in the Austin A40, shared with Brian Bedford. Brian will race that car tomorrow. And the final row, Tim Dodwell with his Mini, and Andrew Hack, unfortunately, is a non-starter. Problems for him in qualifying. So the cars will be heading out on their green flag lap around the full Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park in just a moment. The cars lined up on the grid on the Wheatcroft Straights. The safety car at the back of the field. We await the green flag to be displayed. We should see them do one final warm-up lap, then they'll line up back on the grid and it will be a 15-minute race. Two Lotus Cortinas on the front row of the grid. most of them in the predominantly white livery made famous by the Lotus team that ran these Cortinas, the first homologation special in motor racing from a saloon car created by Lotus boss Colin Chapman. So the cars move off down the Wheatcroft Straights and take you on a lap of the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. They head down the straight past the pit lane exit, then into the first right-hander at Redgate Corner. Pretty tricky, very easy to run wide here onto the gravel track. It's very flowing circuit layout here at Donington Park. Can be tough on tyres, this circuit, and a lot of elevation change as well. Some of the smaller cars there at the back of the grid, the cars assembled into subclasses based on their engine size. Out of Hollywood, the right-hander, and down the spectacular sweeps of the Craner curves, and then into the right-hander at the old hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Real roller coaster of a circuit this is, and one of the most beautiful in UK motor racing. Great to be back here on BARC TV for the 2026 season once again. Our first of close to 20 race weekends we'll be covering this year. Next off them is on Easter weekend at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, headlined by the British Truck Racing Championship. We've not seen them before, a real treat coming up there. There's Keith Wright in his Lotus Cortina, the blue and white car, just ahead of Patrick Harris in the Morris Minor. The cars then head up through the left-hander at Schwantz Curve, into the right-hander we're looking at now at McLean's. From McLean's, climb up to Coppice, a very tricky corner, Coppice corner, double apex right-hander. You can't see the first apex due to the incline there on the way into it, so it's tricky to judge your braking point. Heading under the flight path of East Midlands Airport, that is just next door to Donington Park. You see a few planes fly over today. Then it's down the Exhibition Straights, the old exhibition centre there on the right of your picture. And instead of going to the right here, like we do on the shorter circuit, it's to the left and then right in the Fogarty S's, named after motorcycle legend Carl Fogarty. And then down to the Melbourne hairpin, the 180-degree right-hander. Do keep some comments coming in on our YouTube stream. Had plenty already. We'll get round to reading some of them out when we have time. Here's the Melbourne Loop. Plenty of overtaking opportunities under braking here, and into the Fogarty S's as well. And then up to the final corner, the left-hander at Goddard's. No, it's not named after me. And round the left-hander there, past the hospitality suites and into another lap. First of the cars will now be coming into line on the grid very shortly. There is Tim Dodwell at the back of the field, racing saloon cars and driving them to the circuit for many decades now. Real unsung hero of British club racing is Tim. Just ahead of him, Steve Evans in the Austin A40 Farina. One of the first true hatchbacks ever sold in Britain. It was back in 1960 that Doc Shepherd became British Saloon Car Champion in one of those. That car still exists as well, currently being restored. So into position then, Simon Gustafson in the white Cortina with the green stripe on pole, the grey version of Ian Thompson alongside. Oliver Law on the second row with the yellow windscreen flashes. You can recognise his car then, the big red Ford Falcon of Piers Grange, the long-time old-school Ford racer. Looks like we're just about into line. We await the all clear from the marshals and the clerk of the course to get this one underway. It is time to go racing here at Donington Park, the first race of the season on BARC TV, the Everard's Prix 66 classic and historic touring cars. We wait for the red lights to come on up on the gantry, and then when they go out, the race will be underway. Red lights are on. Time to go racing for the 2026 season. We're underway. And down towards that first corner. Watch for the big V8 engine Ford Falcon down the outside of Piers Grange. He is almost certainly going to take the lead. He's alongside Simon Gustafson, but Gustafson's got the line into Redgate Corner for the first time. He's just about held Grange back. Thompson is in third place. One of the minis there, Martin Armstrong, the green mini, trying to go round the outside. Got a little bit sideways. They're all round the first corner okay. By the look of things, it's Gustafson who leads as they plunge down the Craner curves for the first time. So look at them overlapping in the midfield there. Roger Stanford didn't get the best of starts there in the green and gold number 11 Cortina. He's dropped behind Barry Syme, side by side between the Swan family in their Anglias. I think that is their Jake in the black one and Kevin in the white Anglia. But it is Simon Gustafson, who was fighting for the lead in last year's event with Ian Thompson, Oliver Law here at Donington, who leads up towards McLean's Corner for the first time through Schwantz as they climb up under the airport flight path. Side by side, Oliver Law there just getting ahead of a fellow Cortina pilot. There's the 52 of Billy Keneally, had endless mechanical issues with that Ford Anglia last season, attacking Mike Davies in the red Mini. They head into the exhibition straight for the first time. Gustafson leads, Grange in second, Thompson third, then it's side by side for fourth, Oliver Law and Dan Wheeler, the first of the Minis in there. Adam Cunnington next in his Cortina, the former Triumph Spitfire racer for several seasons a few years ago. Is Grange going to get a look down the inside? He's got the power advantage. The smaller cars will have the handling advantage on the tighter corners though. Simon Gustafson gets the power down, coming out of the Melbourne Loop and holds his lead. Martin Armstrong having a go at Cunnington there further back. Behind them is Jake Swan. Kevin Swan's lost a few places in there in the white Ford Anglia. As they come, is that Barry Syme slowing there? The number 25 Mini it is. He's pulling over. Oh, what a shame. The Scotsman, the Miller's Oil sponsored Mini, has had a problem there, and he's out of it unfortunately. Not a great shame. The reigning champion in his class, Class C for the mid-size engine cars, the Minis and the Anglias. But he won't be scoring any points in this one unfortunately. Complete the opening lap then with Gustafson just over a second clear of Piers Grange in second, Ian Thompson in third. There is Pat Keneally in his very green Cortina. Used to race on the short oval down Serena, Essex. He's under fire from Gary Preble, who's got the Imp fired up now. He's second in his class behind Adrian Oliver, the maroon number 13 there. He leads Class E, which is almost solely consisting of Hillman Imps. Adrian Oliver, the son of Eric Oliver, the great sidecar racer. Keneally just about holds off Gary Preble, formerly the King of Castle Coombe, won many titles in their Saloon Car Championship at the Wiltshire venue. There go the leaders up towards McLean's Court. 3 minutes got, 12 to go. Here's Roger Stanford, veteran of the classic touring car racing club, moving past Mike Davies in his Mini. But Gustafson's pulling away. This is a good drive by Simon Gustafson, snaking the Cortina there under braking, just how the legendary Jim Clark would have driven one. Spectacular stuff there at the front of the field. Dan Wheeler going well, the first of the Minis ahead of Adam Cunnington. So Wheeler leads Class C, Grange leads Class A for the big engine cars. Class F is dedicated for Lotus Cortinas, so Gustafson is leading that. There's no entries in Class B. Class D for some of the smaller cars further back is led by Charles Norris in the Austin A35, and Class E for Hillman Imps led by Adrian Oliver. All based on engine size, the different classes. Ian Thompson in the grey Cortina not letting Piers Grange get away. Grange gets away down the straight, you can see using the V8 power of the Ford Falcon. Shades of Frank Gardner from the 1960s, very much there. Here's a battle further back in the order. This is for 7th place. Martin Armstrong under fire from Jake Swan. Then we've got Billy Keneally, and that's Brendan Rooney, who spun his Hillman Imp at Goddard's Corner. So if he can get that going again, the yellow flags will be out there. Billy Keneally under fire from Roger Stanford, and you'll notice there on the back of Roger's car and on several other of these cars is a Scalextric sticker. Classic Touring Car Racing Club do have a tie-in with Scalextric, and you'll be able to buy some of these cars in Scalextric form and race them around your living room. How cool is that? As Billy Keneally, unfortunately, I said he was having mechanical issues last season with that Ford Anglia. Unfortunately, they have returned, and Billy is out of the race. I thought he was slow out of Redgate there as Roger Stanford came up past him. Well, there goes our leader. Gustafson is pulling away at the rate of around a second a lap at the moment. Very impressive from the Cortina pilots. Talking of Cortinas, here's the battle for third, because young Oliver Law, who's only a couple of years out of Junior Saloon Cars, has caught Ian Thompson, the former champion, in the scrap for 3rd place. Further back, Dan Wheeler in the dark blue Mini is 5th. 6th behind him is Adam Cunnington. Then a gap back to the battle led by Matt Armstrong for 7th place, and Ian Thompson makes a mistake at the chicane. He overshot briefly there. Pat Keneally into the pit, so both the Keneally family are out of it, because Pat Keneally was pulling off into the paddock there. Oh, 3 wide, look at this, down into the Melbourne Loop. Ian Thompson, there's no way he's going to get round, he's overshot. And up the inside come 2 Cortinas and a Mini. Ian Thompson has gone down to 6th. Now, he made a mistake at the chicane. I wonder if Ian Thompson's having braking problems. because he's dropped away quite a bit there. Ollie Law's gone through, Adam Cunnington's gone through, and Dan Wheeler playing with the bigger cars here in his Mini. Wheeler's up to 4th now, and here come the leaders, and Piers Grange has now got the Ford Falcon wound up. He's going to take the lead, surely, coming down into Redgate. So this race really starting to heat up now. Grange takes the lead. There's 4 cars all over each other behind the 3rd place. This is great stuff. This is just like a British saloon car race from the 1960s. Up the inside, Ian Thompson retakes Dan Wheeler, and they both pass Adam Cunnington, who ran wide there. But here's our new leader, Piers Grange, out in front. He's had a few wins here in his Ford Mustang in this championship in the past, now in the even bigger Ford Falcon. Further back in the order, here's the first of the Anglias. That is the 538 of Jake Swan. There goes Ian Thompson up through the uphill left-hander of Schwantz curve, named after another motorcycle legend, Kevin Schwantz. Then into the right-hander at McLean's, chasing Ollie Law. There's Swan. He's got ahead of Martin Armstrong. Roger Stanford behind them. Mike Davies rounds out the top 10 with his Mini. Fantastic stuff. We're coming up towards half distance. 8 minutes to go for the Everard's Pre-66 Classic Saloon and Historic Touring Cars. I'll have another race coming up tomorrow as well. Ian Thompson closing on Law, then behind Martin Armstrong trying to take Adam Cunnington. Here come the leaders. Can Simon Gustafson keep up with Piers Grange? You can see the big Falcon locking up its brakes slightly there. Big cars like that tend to be very tough on brakes, and Thompson runs wide again. All is not well with that Cortina, I don't think. Martin Armstrong's dropping back in the Mini as well. You can see him understeering there through the Melbourne Loop, and Roger Stanford goes through on the inside in the Cortina. Adam Cunnington under fire from Dan Wheeler. This is the battle for 4th position. There go the 2 leaders. And Ollie Law holding 3rd place in the white Cortina with the Dayglow yellow flashes in the windscreen. He's about to fall victim, I think, to Ian Thompson in the number 7. He was champion in this category 2 years ago. Law turns in, doesn't give him a lot of room there. And behind them, Cunnington running wide onto the curbs. Things, I was going to say, starting to settle down slightly, but they never settle down in classic touring car racing. Last year it was Lotus Cortinas to the fore here at Donington in this corresponding season opener, but this year Piers Grange proving a match for the UK-based Fords with his big American/Australian beast. That's the Ford Falcon, very successful in Australian touring cars. There's Patrick Harris, the only Morris Minor on the grid. He's in Class D. The Hillman Imps chasing him, the red and yellow machine. I think that's Jeremy Dias with the Singer badge machine, the Singer Chamois. Roger Stanford still battling it out with Jake Swan for 7th place. Swan 2nd in Class C behind Dan Wheeler's Mini. Now lapping Tim Dodwell, back of the field in his Mini. Stanford moving to the inside. There's a speculative look down the inside into the Fogarty S's, but he's not close enough to Jake Swan, who holds the place. Lotus Cortinas, of course, won a few British saloon car titles in the 60s with the likes of Jack Sears and Jim Clark. And Cunnington getting sideways there, snapping from understeer to oversteer, and that's going to allow Dan Wheeler up alongside. Minis took several titles as well, the likes of Sir John Whitmore, John Love, the African driver as well, the man from Rhodesia, as it was then, now Zimbabwe. And the Anglia was a champion as well in the mid-60s with John Fitzpatrick, later to become very successful in sports car racing. I mentioned the A40 earlier on. That is Steve Evans, the number 26. 3rd in Class D at the moment, running towards the tail of the field. Just the 3 retirements so far. We lost the Keneally's, unfortunately. Pat having pulled into the paddock, Billy stopped on the exit of Redgate, and Barry Syme we lost in his Mini on the first lap as well, unfortunately, so that means they'll have to start at the back for tomorrow's race, because the result of this race determines the grid for tomorrow. And leading it by just over 2 seconds now is Piers Grange in the big Ford Falcon. 2nd place Gustafson, then the battle of the 3rd. Thompson now ahead of Law. Been settling down at the front of the field with just over 4 minutes of this race to go. Into Coppice once again. Beautiful Ford Falcon in the red and gold colours of Alan Mann Racing, the legendary touring car team of the 60s and 70s. And Alan Mann's son Henry continues to compete in the team's cars. He's shared a Ford Mustang over the last few seasons with the great Steve Soper, one of the greatest drivers never to become British touring car champion. Range, the boss of PRG Trailers, whose products will have brought many of the cars here to Donington this weekend. I think Piers is going to be out in the Blue Oval Saloon Series later on today with his Ford Escort. Certainly not a standard Ford Escort by any stretch of the imagination either. It's won many titles in that car. There's a little A35, number 35, that's Charles Norris. Where's he in the order? 17th and leading Class D, ahead of the Morris Minor of Patrick Harris. The A35s, they never won a British Saloon Car title. Many of them were racing the grids in the late 50s and early 60s, a lot of them tuned by the Speedwell tuning company, owned by a certain Graham Hill, who did so much to help grassroots racers in the UK. Down towards the exhibition straights. Certainly doesn't look like a racing car, but they were surprisingly effective, the little A30s and A35s. Most well-known example these days, Andrew Willis's special saloon version, which he's managed to cram a Ford Mustang V8 into. Yes, I'm not joking. Meantime, the lower reaches of the top 10 here. There's Jake Swan still ahead of Roger Stanford for 7th place. Lead gap has come down a little. It's down to under 1.7 seconds now between Grange and Gustafson. Just under 2 minutes left of this race. Here's Dan Wheeler in 5th place. Adam Cunnington closing him down here as they come into the Fogarty S's. The Cortina's going to get up the inside and takes P5 away, under braking for the S's. Now Dan Wheeler won't mind too much there because he is still leading his class, although he will mind possibly that he's just got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. The treble 8 car, it's just come up on my timing screen here in the box. Dan Wheeler has been given a penalty. He'll have 5 seconds added to his race time. Now if he's not 5 seconds clear of Jake Swan, and I don't think he is at the moment, then he could lose his class win. Leaders have just gone across the line, 2 seconds between Grange and Gustafson. There they are, lapping Keith Wright in the blue Lotus Cortina with the white stripes. Thompson is still 3rd ahead of Law, and they're clear now of Cunnington and Wheeler. Now what's the gap between Wheeler and Swan? 3.5 seconds. So with that 5-second penalty, it looks as though Dan Wheeler, he won't know it yet, is likely to lose his class win. I think we've gone on to the last lap of the race now with less than a minute left on the clock. It's Everard's Pre-66 Classic Saloon and Historic Touring Car race. And there goes our race leader, Piers Grange. Didn't get the best of starts that he wanted. He moved up a couple of spots off the line. It didn't take him long to get past the Cortina of pole sitter Simon Gustafson. You can see him sliding the big Ford Falcon around there. Tough on tyres and brakes, these big heavy cars. Piers knows how to handle them from his days racing Mustangs. Comes up to lap Patrick Harris in the Morris Minor and Jeremy Dias in the Singer Chamois. They're battling for 18th place overall. Jeremy Dias doesn't know which way to go to get out of the way there. Down into the S's they come. That's allowed Gustafson to close up a little. It's going to be a tall order to get past the big Falcon, which flies away in front down into the Melbourne Loop. He's just got to get round here and round Goddard's. Gustafson does close up a little. Clock has gone to 0, so the checkered flag will be awaiting them this time. And it is going to be a win. Our first race of the season on BARC TV here at BARC in the Park for Piers Grange. Only got to put his foot down coming out of the final corner. The checkered flag is out ahead just ahead of them, and Grange takes the win in the Ford Falcon. Gustafsson comes over in second place. Here comes the battle for third. It's going to be Ian Thompson, just holds off Ollie Law to take third in the battle of the Cortinas. Who is going to be fifth? It's going to be Adam Cunnington in his Cortina. And sideways there, Swan and Stanford out of the final corner there. Wait to see how things work out on the timing screen after that one. Swan just beat Stanford home for 7th place. And here's the fight for 9th between a pair of the minis. Who's going to get there first? Is it going to be Davies or Armstrong? I think Davies, yeah, just got there by a 1/10 of a second. Behind them, Ed Gibbs in his Ford Anglia. And in fact, Adam Cunnington got a penalty there as well, I can tell you. We'll confirm that in a moment. The reason for that, it's showing a penalty but not giving a reason on the timing screen. Dan Wheeler got a further penalty of 10 seconds for more track limits offences, because it accumulates the more you breach track limits. So Dan Wheeler goes down to 8th place. Meantime, in the battle of the Hillman Imps, Adrian Oliver beat Gary Preble home there across the line. Brendan Rooney across the line recovered from his spin. That's Goddard's corner in mid-race. Fastest lap of the race goes to Simon Gustafsson with a 1:54.738 on the final lap. He didn't quite manage to catch Piers Grange, winning margin of 0.67 of a second. We'll confirm that result in just a moment then of our first race of the season here at BARC in the Park at Donington Park with the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. Waiting for the last couple of cars to come home. There's Charles Norris in the Austin A35. He wins Class D, clear of Patrick Harris in the Morris Minor. See Patrick Harris there just coming down towards the Fogarty S's now, so that's a very comprehensive class win for Charles Norris. We'll get the results as soon as we can. Here's Piers Grange who takes the win. Class F will go to Gustafsson. Class C to Jake Swan after Dan Wheeler was penalised. Class E to Adrian Oliver. Class D to Norris. And Class A to the race winner Piers Grange, the only entry in Class A. No entries in Class B. Race winner completing 8 laps in a time of 15 minutes 37.311. Cars head now into Parc Fermé, where Ian Waterhouse will be down there shortly to talk to them. But Piers Grange takes the win, 0.67 of a second, his winning margin over Gustafsson, who got the fastest lap, 1:54.738 seconds. Ian Thompson third ahead of Ollie Law. Then Adam Cunnington, it was showing he got a penalty on the timing screen, but he gets 5th position. Jake Swan in 6th ahead of Roger Stanford. Dan Wheeler penalised down to 8th place. Davies and Armstrong completing the top 10. Then Ed Gibbs, Kevin Swan, Adrian Oliver, Gary Preble. Steve Platts was next after that. Then Brendan Rooney, Charles Norris taking a class win ahead of Patrick Harris. Keith Wright a lap down in 19th place. Steve Evans completing the top 20. Beyond that, Jeremy Dias and Tim Dodwell. We lost the Keneally's, unfortunately, problems with their cars. And Barry Syme, unfortunately, didn't even complete the first lap. So we can now hand down to Parc Fermé with Ian to talk to our race winner.
Oh yes, she's purring it. It's Piers Grange who has the honour of winning the very first race for the British Automobile Racing Club in 2026. And I tell you what, Simon Gustafsson, he got quite close at the end as well, didn't he? We'll just let Piers get out of the car. I wonder if he was just maybe protecting the car for more races to come this weekend. But let's let him get out and we'll have a quick chat with him. What did you make of that, everybody? Yes, BARC in the Park is back for 2026. Remember, the comment section is open in the live chat. Do get it underway. And here he is, Piers Grange, who has the honour of being the very first winner in 2026. Congratulations, how do you feel?
Very nice, thank you very much. I wasn't really expecting that. It's first time out in it, first time I've driven it in the dry. Well, yeah, it goes pretty well, so happy days.
Let's just talk about the last lap a little bit if we can, because Simon seemed to get quite close to you at the end. Were you just conserving the car?
No, I got blocked by a couple of back markers, 2 together, so it compromised me for a couple of corners. So yeah, he caught me right back up. I thought, oh, there's not another lap.
How did it feel getting back out again and stretching the legs?
Yeah, I felt a bit nervous to start off with, bizarrely.
You? No.
Yeah.
No.
But no, as soon as I got out there and the lights went green, happy days. Yeah.
Well, Piers, congratulations. You're the first man in 2026 who gets to spray the champagne.
Thank you very much.
Well, I say champagne. Let's go over and have a quick chat with... Oh, Simon's over there as well. Here he is, Ian.
Fun until I hit Barry Symes oil.
Yeah.
And I
saw him pull off, actually, and we spoke about the loop, didn't we? And
I went straight off into the gravel, came back on, but it's right. But a great race, really enjoyable. Can I give a shout out to my band?
Of course you can. Yeah, please do. Right
if you're in Newcastle tonight, go and see the Sons of Guns. They're an awesome blues and country band. I can't remember the name of the place they're playing, but in Newcastle, look them up on the socials. The Sons of Guns.
That sounds good. If we weren't so far away,
very good.
I might head out. Well done anyway. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's go have a quick chat with Simon over here, shall we? A track action there on track next. But before we do that, let's grab a quick chat with Simon. So, oh look, it's Sonia, everybody. Look who it is. Simon, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
P2, are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. I think I was the first person to find the oil out the back there, and
Ian just said he did that
yeah,
as well.
yeah. So it was. I lost quite a bit of time there, and when Piers managed to catch me up, and then he's come through, hasn't he, since qualifying for sure. He's got a lot quicker. I don't know what the times are yet, but yeah, he came through quickly, and then after that, I was just taking care, making sure I last the weekend rather than stick it in the gravel.
Yeah. You did get quite close at the end. Piers saying he got bogged down by a couple of back markers.
Yeah.
Did you think maybe?
I did. There was a glimmer of hope there, and I thought if I just push, because actually the oil seemed to start to clear a little bit, I was getting a bit more confidence. But maybe the second race, eh?
Excellent. The first race ends with silverware. Congratulations, Simon. Right, there we go. The first race of the season done for the Pre-66's Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Up next, it's track action, and we caught up with a couple of drivers a little bit earlier. Let's hear from them now. Right, not too long to go before the first race of the day for track action. I'm here with Katrina Gray. Now, Katrina, first of all, great to have you in track action again. How was it? How was qualifying for you?
It was quite good fun, yeah. Weather's picked up now, it's nice and sunny. Compared to the fog this morning, I was quite worried. But yeah, car felt good, so it's running really well. So yeah, really looking forward to the race.
Great. Well, look, the race will be the race. Whatever will happen, will happen. I want to talk to you as well because I understand you're a driving instructor. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, right. So we're going to test me a little bit here. How far do I have to be able to read a registration plate?
Well, normally 21 metres.
21 metres. So where would we say that Ford Puma over there? Is that
about that? Yeah.
really that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Anton, can we turn the camera onto that black Ford Puma there? Right. I've got to read that number plate. LJ25TOZ.
Yep. Perfect. Pass. Yeah.
Right. Now you're a race driver. Do you tell your pupils that you're a race driver as well?
Yes, I do. Yes.
So, do you think that makes them drive a little bit quicker?
Not always, because they feel like they've got to sort of, I don't know, they sort of get a bit worried, but I seem to spend more time saying, come on, more gas.
Does it annoy you then when they're doing about 22 in a 30 zone?
It doesn't annoy me, but I just think the examiners know that I'm a race driver as well, so then they're expecting my students to be fast, and then when they go really slow, like, what's going on, Kat?
So I imagine that because you're a driving instructor, a very, very good race driver as well, you always abide by all the rules during a race as well, and you'll never get any penalties or anything. Is that?
Yeah, I've never got any penalties at all, no. And they always take the mick out of me because I indicate to come in and out of the pit. I've even at Cadwell, I once indicated to overtake somebody. I was like, what am I doing?
That's really polite. You're the nicest, politest driver I think we've ever had. But best of luck today, Katrina. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. If anybody needs a driving instructor, Katrina, there's nobody better. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Right, I am the happiest person in Donington Park right now because I'm catching up with my very good friend Simon Welsh. Now, Simon, it's so good to see you again. For those who don't know, because you had a bit of an accident at Croft.
A little one.
That was in the Civics, wasn't it? Unfortunately, the car gone. But you okay?
I am, yeah. It's knocked me out for a bit, but yeah, it's taken me a while to get back in it.
Well, you're back in it.
Yeah.
First meeting of the season, of course, BARC in the park, and you're with Track Action. How did this come about?
Last week, literally.
Oh, wow.
Thursday last week, I got asked if I wanted to come and have a play, so yeah, thought I'd have a go, close the coppers out.
You've done a qualifying session already. How did it feel getting back out on track? Was there any sort of anticipation?
It was fine. A few issues with the car, but nothing major. Maybe me getting used to the car because I've driven. Until this morning, I hadn't driven it.
Once a racer, always a racer.
Oh yeah.
Simon, I'm going to let you crack on anyway. Really appreciate it. It really is good to see you as well, and the best of luck out.
And by the way, thank you for.
I didn't do anything.
No, for offering to follow me home after the accident.
Well, we live quite close to each other.
Yeah.
So, no, my pleasure anyway. Best of luck out there. Enjoy it, won't you?
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Good to hear from a couple of our drivers in the Track Action Racing Club. This is a series run for all kinds of different cars, really. We've got hatchbacks, saloons, sports cars, plenty of variety in action here. No points on this. It's a series, not a championship, so drivers can attend as many or as few races as they want, really. And we get drivers bring some slightly different stuff to race as well. The grid was set by qualifying this morning, and in pole position Adam Croft with a VW Scirocco. He starts alongside Lee Curry with a Renault Clio. Second row, Lee Hazlitt, the Welshman, in his Renault Megane Sport Cup, although that car did pull off during qualifying early, so after he'd set his time, so wait to see if that's there. Alongside him, Josh Hughes with a Nissan 350Z. Row 3, Lee Pearce. He's raced all manner of different cars over the years, former stock car racer as well in his MG ZR. Starts alongside Matt Anderson, who's the first of the Peugeot 206s on the grid. The Peugeot 206 GTIs have their own class in the Track Action Racing Club. So Matt Anderson on row 3 is the first of them. Row 4, Martin Kayser and Merv Beckett. They're both in 206s. And row 5, Chris Van, number 48, and Noah Checkley from Birmingham, car number 52. They're both in 206s as well. Moving back to row 6, another 206, that of number 8, Carl Powell, starts alongside number 28, David Thomas, in his familiar Mark 1 MR2. Been racing that car for many years. There's a feature about that that was published on the BARC website over the winter, so you can read up on that car there. Row 7, 303, Jake Richardson with a 206 GTI alongside Katrina Gray in her Mini Cooper S, just heard from her. And on the final row of the grid, Simon Welch, we just heard from in his 206, only a late deal as we heard for him to race that car this weekend, starts alongside Bailey King in an Audi TT. There's various sub-classes in the Track Action Race Club. There's the Tricolore Trophy, which is for everything French, the Deutsche Marks Cup, clever pun, eh, for German machines. That includes the BMW Mini of Katrina Gray, also the Audi TT of Bailey King at the back. Also the Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars, including, we see there, David Thomas in his Toyota MR2. He's also got a Mark 1 Ford Capri that he's raced for many years. Very experienced racer is David. There's a series for British cars as well. There's just one British car out there this time. That's the MG ZR of Lee Pearce, number 234. Big thanks to our marshals here this weekend. We couldn't go racing without the Orange family. They've been busy down at the Melbourne Hairpin clearing up that oil slick from Barry Symes Mini. Well, he is sponsored by Miller's Oils, so he'll be using some of their product hopefully to get that Mini going again. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. But that's why a couple of cars were running wide in the early stages of that race on the oil at the Melbourne Hairpin. There's Katrina Gray in her Mini Challenge car. I think she'll be back out possibly with Mini Challenge Club Sport at Brands Hatch coming up. That's at Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, April the 4th and 5th. Very big meeting indeed, that is, over the Easter weekend. The British Truck Racing Championship are there. Ryan Smith, of course, going for an incredible 11th consecutive title this year. We've got the TCR UK Touring Car Championship as well. Mini Challenge Club Sport, the Civic Cup, the returning Pickup Truck Racing Championship after a year away from BARC, and the newcomers, the Audi Cup as well. You can watch on our live stream from that event, April the 4th and 5th at Brands Hatch. Do come and watch at Trackside if you can as well. Various other events which we'll preview a little later on as well for the BARC in the coming weeks. BARC.net is the place to find all the info online. The main focus, I think, during this Track Action Racing Club event is going to be the battle between the Peugeot 206s, with large numbers of them out there. But it is Adam Croft on pole, the orange and white VW Scirocco. Black Renault Clio of Lee Curry start alongside him. We haven't got the Megane. I thought so. We might not see Lee Hazlitt. He had problems during qualifying, so he's a non-starter. This could be a chance for some of the 206 GTIs to get their best overall results with a slightly reduced grid today. We also don't have Paul Rodison this year with the Skoda Octavia. He's taken that, I think, to race elsewhere in the UK. Certainly very different indeed, the big Skoda. So the orange and white VW on pole for Adam Croft alongside the black Clio. The black and silver Nissan 350Z of Josh Hughes alone on the second row, and then on row 3 the blue MG ZR of Lee Pearce. He'll be out with the MG Owners Club races tomorrow as well. And Matt Anderson, number 25, the blue and yellow 206. Treble 8 Martin Kayser, used to race Ford Fiestas a few years ago. He's in the silver and red Peugeot World Rally Championship liveried car, made famous by the likes of Marcus Grunholm and the late great Richard Burns. The Audi TT lines up at the back as we await the all clear from the marshals to get this one underway. Then the red lights will come on the gantry, and this will be another 15-minute race. The Track Action Racing Club. I've no idea who's going to come out on top here. It should be a very closely matched field indeed. The red lights go out now, and we're underway. Decent start coming through by Lee Pearce. Noah Checkley with a good getaway as well in the black and blue Peugeot further back, leaning on Martin Kayser. Something flew off there. I think that was from one of those two cars. They made a bit of contact there as Adam Croft leads the way into the first corner. Pearce diving up the inside in the number 234, the blue MG ZR. Looks like he's got up into second place ahead of Lee Curry in the Clio. But it is Adam Croft who leads as they drop down the Craner curves for the first time. Pearce in second place. Curry is third. Josh Hughes in the Nissan 350Z is in fourth position. And we've got the first of the 206 GTI Cup cars. Matt Anderson leads them. Noah Checkley still side by side with Martin Kayser as they drop down into the lower part of the circuit, then climb up again through Schwantz Curve. Mervyn Beckett, the ex-Vauxhall Nova racer among other things, having a go in the number 32 there. Matt Anderson braking so hard his hazard lights came on there briefly, coming through towards McLean's. Adam Croft leads then from Pearce, Curry, Hughes, Anderson, who's broken clear of Checkley, who's finally got ahead of Martin Kayser. Then it's Beckett, and the rest of the 206s string their way through behind. Looks like Chris Van, number 48, next in the order ahead of Carl Powell. The rest of them stream through behind. David Thomas side by side with Powell now, and he passes him down the exhibition straight, the Mark 1 MR2, in among the Peugeots. He's having a go at Chris Van as well, doesn't quite manage to get up with him. Here's your leading group. A big lock up there from Josh Hughes, runs wide in the Nissan. Dave Thomas having another go at Chris Van in there. Noah Checkley trying to shake off Martin Kayser, the two Midlands-based drivers. Noah Checkley from Northfield in Birmingham, Martin Kayser from Coventry. Used to compete in the old Stock Hatch series many years ago with a Fiesta. David Thomas does now pull ahead of Chris Van. Next in the order, the red Peugeot is Jake Richardson, under fire from number 8 Carl Powell, the Wiltshire-based driver in his 206 GTI. Josh Hughes takes Lee Pearce for third place, so Pearce has lost a couple of spots there in the ZR. Josh Hughes will now go after Lee Curry's Clio for second place, but it's Adam Croft a couple of seconds in the lead, 2.6 seconds to be precise at the end of the opening lap in the VW Scirocco's later addition to the entry for this race this weekend, Adam Croft. Hazard lights flashing away on Matt Anderson as he leads the 206 GTI Cup. The first 5 cars in this race all leading their subclasses. Croft first of the Deutsche Marks Cup. Curry the first of the Tricolor Trophy. The lone British car in third place is Lee Pearce. And Josh Hughes leads the Nippon Challenge for the Japanese cars. 206 GTI Cup, that's a separate class, and he's led by Matt Anderson. 15 cars round the first lap. Okay, the last runner is Bailey King in the Audi TT at the tail of the field. It's Kayser back onto the tail of Checkley now. Down the back straight and up towards the Fogarty S's. Martin Kayser moving to the inside. Dave Thomas moving to the inside on Mervyn Beckett as well. He's going to go through under braking, is he? No. Beckett even later on the brakes in the number 32, the yellow Peugeot 206 GTI. As we mentioned, more famous as a rally car over the years, the 206 in the early 2000s in the World Rally Championship. He's kicked up some dust there on the outside. Chris Van, Jake Richardson, Carl Powell make their way through. Behind them, Katrina Gray in the BMW Mini. The other silver Peugeot there, that is Simon Welch in the number 76. Dave Thomas tries again. He's tagged the side of Merv Beckett. I don't think Beckett saw him there on the inside coming through Goddard's corner. He'll try again down the straights. Still your leader is Adam Croft by a couple of seconds over Lee Curry. The gap did close by a few tenths of a second that time through. Incidentally, if you want to follow the live timing from this event, you can do so at tsl-timing.com on your laptop, your mobile device, or on your PC if you're at home. tsl-timing.com, our timekeepers for this event. Fastest lap of the race so far by Josh Hughes, that time through, 1:51.058 for the Nissan 350Z. It's opening race of the season for the Track Action Racing Club. Here comes Dave Thomas. Oh, and somebody's off, that's Matt Anderson. Into the gravel at Schwantz Curve. He was leading the Peugeot 206s, but it looks like he could be out of this race. Marshals will go to help him, the yellow flag's waving. That's on the entry to McLean's, a bit further on than Schwantz Curve, as Beckett under fire again from Thomas as they came out of the yellow flag zone there. So Matt Anderson is almost certainly out of the race. Thomas being ganged up on by 206s again. But that could bring out a safety car, the position of that car. With 9.5 minutes of the race to go. Thomas moves ahead of Beckett, he gets the move done into the Fogarty S's. Or does he? Because Beckett's going to fight back again. Meantime, these two still at it. Shepley against Kaiser, and yes, I think the safety car is coming out. Yeah, it's just come up on my timing screen. The safety car is being deployed as Beckett spins around. What happened there? He's lost a place to Chris Van. Yes, safety car flags and boards around the circuit. There is the Hyundai safety car, driven by Evelyn Buanik, the long-time former BMW racer. And she will pick up the race leader, Richard Stenson, the observer, on board. Adam Croft slows the field down, and the safety car, the electric Hyundai, picks him up. There's the reason. Matt Anderson, axle deep in the gravel on the run into McLean's corner. Not quite sure what's happened there. The car just snapped away from him. He was the leading 206, so who's leading that class now? It's now Noah Checkley and Martin Kaiser. Their battle is for the lead of the 206 GTI Cup. So the field will close up single file behind the safety car. Here it comes past the scene of the incident there. And once the field has gone by, the marshals will try and remove Matt Anderson's 206. A man from Doncaster in South Yorkshire. Racing 206s for a few years with the Track Action Racing Club now. Let's have a look again. Yeah, the car just snapped sideways as he braked for the entry to McLean's. The car slid away from him. That's a great shame for Matt. He tried to keep it going, but the car just digs into the gravel. A shower of gravel everywhere and out of the race. See another angle here. Yeah, he's locked it up. And away he goes. 206's rallying heritage didn't save him there, unfortunately. Nor did his hazard lights, says Rick McLeod in our comments. Susan Smile says, appreciate the coverage, thank you very much. Hi to Richard Moxley, who's watching from trackside at Redgate as well. There's Merv Beckett spinning around at the Melbourne Loop in his battle with David Thomas's MR2. That's two 206s losing it suddenly under braking. Hi to Track Day Motorsport, who says, thank you to Motor Vehicle Movers Oxford for transporting our cars here to Donington. I know Merv Beckett is one of their drivers, actually, so a big thank you to Track Day Motorsport for getting in touch. Mark Tucker says, love an MGZR. There's Lee Pearce running at the moment. He's in 4th place. To all the rest of you for your comments earlier on. Safety car is still out. We'll try and read few more of them out if we can. Adam Croft still leads the way in his VW Scirocco. Tracy Walters says, welcome back Dave and Ian. Thank you very much, Tracy. And all the rest of the crew back here as well. Big thanks to our camera crews for bringing us the action. Carl Lyons says hello from Derby, not far from Donington. Do say hello in our comment thread, and thanks to Matt Moran for a bit of info as well on Roger Stanford's Lotus Cortina in the pre-66 race. That is a new build, in fact, not the one he crashed at Alton Park a couple of years ago. So thanks for the info there. Right, to Rob Ewan, who's supporting Lee Curry in the Renault Clio. Catch that VW, he says. Oh, and Lee Haslett's got in touch as well. Says, gutted I'm not out there. Major gearbox failure during qualifying. Bad luck, Lee. He was in the Renault Megane in qualifying, the Sport Cup car, all the way from South Wales for a non-start, sadly. See you back on track soon, Lee Haslett. So just under 5 minutes of this first race of the season with the Track Action Racing Club to go then. Hopefully the safety car will be in this time. You can see that the car has been cleared by the marshals. Matt Anderson's Peugeot 206 GTI. That's cost him a possible class win, unfortunately. There's a little bit of gravel on the outside there. Lights are out atop the Hyundai, so cars will be released back into racing conditions this time. So we will get a few more green flag racing laps in. Big hello to Dan Hughes, just gone in touch via YouTube before we get back underway. So Adam Croft leads the way from Lee Curry. Josh Hughes in the Nissan 350Z. Then it's Lee Pearce, then Noah Checkley, the first of the 206 GTIs. Action starts to mount. Drop back from the safety car. Adam Croft trying to do a Sebastian Vettel here, trying to back the field. You can see Bailey King's dropped back in his Audi TT quite a long way as well. There is Simon Welch, who we heard from earlier at the back of the Crocodile at the moment with his 206 as the race gets back underway. 3.5 minutes to go then for the Track Action Racing Club. First two immediately pull away. Lee Curry goes with Adam Croft, our race leader. Hughes in third place, then Pearce. Checkley's got a break on Martin Kayser as well. He's got David Thomas's MR2 behind him. It's Chris Van ahead of Merv Beckett, who had that quick spin down at the Melbourne Loop earlier on. As the leaders drop their way down the Craner curves, their tyres won't be as warm as they were, as the slower lap speeds will have cooled them down a little, so they'll be trying to get heat back into their tyres around this first restarted lap. The 206 is just shaking around a little there. I think that was Jake Richardson, the red number 303 car. Lee Pearce giving chase. Bailey King, I thought he'd drop back there on the restart. He's got a problem with the Audi TT. He's pulled into pit lane. So Lee Curry tries to chase down leader, the Castle Carpets Clio, into Coppice. Josh Hughes in the 350Z giving chase. Josh Hughes comes from Stockport in the northwest. Lee Curry from Birkenhead near Liverpool. Noah Checkley just about defending from Martin Kayser. And look at Dave Thomas in the MR2 closing them down. He's been surrounded by 206s all race long, and Noah Checkley straight lines the Fogarty S's. He goes over the gravel there. Missed his braking point. We've seen a couple of drivers do that already today. Now has that lost him the lead of the 206 GTI class. Martin Kayser, well, he doesn't need asking twice. Straight down the inside on the brakes for the Melbourne Loop and takes 5th position and the lead of the class. Fighting back though is young Noah Checkley up alongside Kayser, and Dave Thomas is going to try and make it 3. You can't go 3 wide into Goddard, surely. Dave Thomas gives it the big lunge up the inside while Noah Checkley's taking the lead of the 206s back, and I think Dave Thomas has split the two of them. Yes, he has. Martin Kayser made up 1 place into the hairpin, but he outbraked himself somewhat and he's lost 2 places. Now Dave Thomas is going to get past Noah Checkley as well. Down into Red Gates. Just over a minute left on the clock. Adam Croft continues to lead overall. He's just done a new fastest lap, 1:49.531 for the Scirocco. Oh, Lee Curry's off. That's the second place man. He's gone off at the Craner curves through the gravel, down past the old hairpin. He'll have to look over his shoulder there as he rejoins, make sure nobody's coming past him. He's got it going again. Now, where in the order is the Clio? What's happened there to Lee Curry? He's just ahead of Dave Thomas, so he's down to 5th position overall, I think. There's Jake Richardson's 206, the Hot Wheels liveried car. He's behind Carl Powell now, so we'll try and see in a moment what's happened, if we can, to Lee Pearce. Well, here's our leader, Adam Croft. 30 seconds left on the clock. Wait to see if he gets the checkered flag this time. I can tell you Dave Thomas has been given a 10-second penalty for a false start. Whether that was at the initial start of the race or whether he got away too quickly on the safety car restart, I'm not sure, but he's given a 10-second penalty, the Toyota MR2. That's a great shame. As Adam Croft, the team Scrumpy Racing, VW Scirocco, comes into Goddard's. If he wins this, they'll be reaching for the Scrumpy, I think. Pole position, and he's coming in to take the checkered flag, having led all the way. Adam Croft is the first winner of the Track Action Racing Club season, with Lee Curry having gone off on the final lap. Josh Hughes will come over in second place in the Nissan. And who's going to be third? It's Lee Pearce in the ZR. Lee Curry has rejoined and will finish in 4th position. But what about the 206s further back? There's 4 of them contending the class lead into the final corner. Chris Van's in front of the 206s. How's he got there? There's been a big sort out somewhere, and Chris Van is going to come through to win the class. How did that happen? The last we saw, it was Noah Checkley and Martin Kayser disputing the lead. Have they had a coming together somewhere? My goodness, what a race. Dave Thomas picks up that penalty. He'll drop to 12th place according to the timing screen. Typical frantic racing from the Track Action Racing Club. A lot of action in that race. But Adam Croft has won it by over 6.5 seconds ahead of Josh Hughes in the Nissan. Pause for breath needed after that one, I think. So it is the Scrumpy Racing VW Scirocco that takes the win. 6.6 seconds is winning margin over Josh Hughes, with Lee Pearce in 3rd place in the ZR. Lee Curry recovers from that off at the Craner curves to take 4th in the Clio. And Chris Van comes from nowhere on the final lap to win the 206 GTI Cup, ahead of Mervyn Beckett, Martin Kayser and Noah Checkley, who went from 1st to 4th on that final lap. I'm not sure what happened there. We were watching the leaders. It's Carl Powell, Jake Richardson, Katrina Gray, Dave Thomas, despite the penalty, does win his class. And behind him, Simon Welch, the final finisher. We lost Bailey King into the pits on the restart, and Matt Anderson, of course, went off at McLean's to bring out the safety car. So the celebrations will begin down in Parc Fermé very shortly. The car's just on their slow down lap, taking the applause of the spectators and the marshals. But a very eventful first race of the season for the Track Action Racing Club. Living up to their name, certainly there. Next up, it will be our feature race of the day, the 90-minute pit stop race for the Britcar Endurance Championship. If you like your sports cars, you are going to be spoilt for choice in this next race. We've got Porsches, we've got Ginettas, we've got BMWs, we've got McLarens, we've got TCR touring cars, KTMs, and some more unusual stuff as well. A very busy grid of over 30 cars will take to the track once a little bit of sweeping up has been done by our excellent marshalling team. We'll bring you the grid for the 90-minute pit stop race for the British Endurance Championship. So as we watch the marshals just replacing some divots in the gravel trap, I think we'll hand down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Well, here he is, our Track Attack first winner of 2026. Adam Croft takes the checkered flag in first place. Drama on the last lap as well. Josh Hughes coming home in second and Lee Pearce in third place. Let's go have a quick chat with Adam. We'll let him get his helmet off first. Adam, I'll let you get your helmet off first. He's sweating a bit in there as well. It's beautiful weather we're having here today at Donington Park. Thank you to all of you for tuning in as well. If you haven't already, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. Let's get these outrageously talented drivers seen by as many people as possible. Adam, how does it feel? First win already, 2026. You're the first winner in track action.
I have brought a gun to a knife fight, haven't I?
well,
it's a shame. First race of the season, so there's not as many out that should be. People still preparing cars. We lost a couple of quick guys in qualifying, which is a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to have a bit of a battle with Lee. We seem to have lost Lee, which is a shame. And then obviously the safety car came out, which squeezed everybody back up again. Marshall did an awesome job as always, because I thought we were going to finish under the safety car, but they cleaned everything up in 2 laps. So massive thanks to Marshall as always.
I think Lee actually went off at the crannies and managed to get it back on track. I think he actually came over the line in fourth, but it was brewing, wasn't it?
Oh, he's okay. That's good then.
Yeah,
excellent. Yeah.
Look, well done. Congratulations. Anyway, great stuff indeed. Thank you for talking to us. Right, we'll let Gary, you go ahead. Gary's going to have a quick chat over there as well. Let's move. Here he is. Let's have a quick chat. Well, what a way to start the year, huh?
Yeah, couldn't have asked for anything better, really. Got a good start off the line. Today we was only pretty much going to test the car out and see how we go, but yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's a good race.
Just test it. Ends with a nice little pot as well, doesn't it? Look, Donington Park, where do you rate it? Especially the GP circuit. You a fan?
Yeah, definitely. I've done a few rounds around here in my previous Formula that I raced in the BMW Gas Trophy Cup, so I really do like this track. And yeah, it's one that we look forward to racing all the time.
Excellent, well done, congratulations indeed. We're just going to move around here. We're going to have a quick word very shortly with Josh Hughes. Look at this, by the way, what an absolute beauty, isn't it? I wonder what it's like to stream around here at Donington Park. We'll just let Gary have a quick chat here with him. We'll catch up with him very shortly indeed. Don't forget, coming up next, we have the 90-minute Britcar Endurance race as well. Myself and Leah will be in the pit lane talking to the drivers as the action takes place. A huge grid of cars as well. I think we've got 33 cars going to start that race. Brilliant stuff indeed. Perfect conditions as well. As we say, do keep your comments coming in as well. We can see them. And later today we have the first race of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship and more classic touring car action. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow as well, so stick around with us as well. Josh, congratulations. Not a bad way to start the year.
And then obviously there was a retirement, and I thought, oh, you're not meant to, but you're like, commiserations, but it might be.
It's a race.
Yeah, it might be something I can, you tell a little bit of the truth, not the whole truth.
So you're a great advert then for anybody who's watching this who's doing track days and thinking about going racing, but maybe not quite sure. What tipped you over the edge to actually take part in a race?
The best thing to do, especially on a track day, is go to the end or the start of the season track days. So what you'll do is you'll meet a bunch of people who are driving their track cars.
Yeah.
Get talking to them and just get involved, because that's the only way. That's the easy way to access it. This is not my car. This is my friend's car, and I got through, and I just sort of happened into it because I'm his friend. So it's like that's the easiest way. It's really hard to. It's really easy to say, oh, it's going to cost this, it's going to cost that, it's going to cost the next, and then never do it, because you're getting past all these steps you can't get past.
Yeah.
But if you've got a friend that's say, right, give us a little bit of money and I'll let you drive the car, for example.
Brilliant, yeah.
That's how you're just friends. And the easiest way to do that, if you're a track day guy, is go to a track day off season, because that's where all the race cars are.
So how did you feel this morning? Were you a little bit nervous?
I was pretty fine all the way until I got into the briefing, and then I thought, oh, what happens if I mess something up?
This is real now, isn't
it?
Yeah,
I was like, oh no.
So right, the advice is get lots of friends.
Yeah, get lots of friends.
And have the talent, because obviously you do.
Well, I hope so. We'll see.
Congratulations, well done. I'm sure there's plenty more to come as well for you. All right, let's go have a quick chat with Simon Welsh, shall we? Very quickly. Simon, just before you go, first race back after Croft, of course. How are you feeling?
That was good fun.
Yeah,
good fun. Yeah, they're enjoyable little cars. These.
Yeah.
Did
it just come straight back? Does it? There was no anticipation, no fear, or anything lining up? Or?
Fear? What's that?
God, I know. Yeah, silly question, wasn't it? Really, but no, look, it's great to have you back.
It's just learning how to drive the car is the hardest bit for me, but. Get there.
Well done, mate. Anyway, good stuff indeed. Right, we are going to have to go get ourselves. Where's the camera? It's all way. Time for our Britcar Endurance race, the first race of the season. 90 minutes of action coming up. This is going to be a whopper, by the way. 33 cars in total. We're going to go get ourselves, you can see the cars behind us actually making their way out onto the track. That means we've got to go get ourselves onto the track for the grid walk. I'll be back very, very soon. Let me hand back to Dave Goddard whilst we go and run. Let's go, 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 go.
Thanks, Ian. While he sprints off to the grid, we'll bring you details of the grid as the cars come out of pit lane for our feature race of the day, the Britcar Endurance Championship round number 1, a 90-minute race with a mandatory pit stop and a mouth-watering grid we have got for you as well. Qualifying took place earlier this morning, and it's a new car to UK Motorsport that starts on pole, number 117, the KTM Reiter GT4, a very impressive looking machine indeed, which will be started by Tom Walpole for the True Mix Racing team, sharing with pro driver Mark Kemp. Alongside them, Britcar veterans, the Cunninghams. Mark Cunningham going first in their Porsche, sharing with Peter Cunningham. On the second row, 46 Rob Taylor with another KTM, the Crossbow GTX. He drives solo, starts alongside the car number 68 of Team Brits, Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan in their McLaren. Bobby Trundley going first. On row 3, number 99 Dean Burton with his Porsche Cayman GT4 starts alongside the BMW number 73, started by Chris Boardman, not of cycling fame, sharing with Matthew Sanders, the Amspeed BMW. Amspeed, of course, the team that ran Dominic Malone's Porsche to the title last year. Row 4, we've got number 55, which is started by Matthew Bryers, sharing with pro racer Charlie Hollings, their Porsche Cayman, alongside number 23 Simon Clark with his McLaren from Form Evo Racing. Completing the top 10, number 4, team that came close to the title last year, Noah Cosby, starts for Team Brit in the BMW GT4, sharing with Asher Silver, alongside car number 82. Michael Nibbs in the first of the Ginettas on the grid, shared with Aidan Hills. They were very quick in testing here at Donington yesterday. Row 6, we have number 78, which is Colin White, veteran campaigner, former world hot rod champion with his Ginetta Super Cup car, starting alongside the number 17, which is the 3-driver Army Sports Car Racing Ginetta, started by Will Ashmore, sharing with Jonathan Calder and Josh Gilding, so they'll have to make a couple of pit stops. Row 7 is the Addison family, number 189 with their Aston Martin Vantage. Martin Addison starts, Bill will take over, and alongside them, Britcar stalwarts number 47, Marco Anastasi will start the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, sharing Maurizio Silio. On row 8 is the Irish pairing of Dave May and Mark Skeets in the 118 Rescue Ginetta. Dave May starts, starting alongside number 297, the team of Alex Miller and Paul O'Neill, the Project 297 Racing. Young gun Finn Leslie, who's already got British touring car experience, will start that car, sharing with Carl Garnett. Row 9, number 34, is Greg Saunders, driving solo in a Seat Cupra for Capture Motorsport, alongside number 67, Julian McBride for Jeff Steele Racing in the BMW M3. Row 10, number 7, which is the Cupra TCR car, started by Rob Ellick, sharing with Finn Jones for TSR Performance, alongside number 69, birthday boy yesterday, Freddie Ingram, 18 years old here at Donington yesterday in the Vortis Motorsports Ginetta G56. The 11th row of the grid will see number 8 for Brisky Racing. That's the Wheeler family. Michael Wheeler will start. Father Richard will take over the McLaren. Alongside them, number 95, which is started by former Radical champion Andy Cummings, sharing with David Ward in their Ginetta G50. Row 12, the Wilson family. Number 10, Elliot Wilson will start. Ian will take over in their Ginetta alongside Archie Buttle, who drives solo in the number 22 Ginetta. Row 13, 77, is started by Craig Fleming, the Audi TT. Mark Jones will take over alongside number 721, former champion Chris Murphy with his BMW M3. Row 14 is number 60, Ash Woodman, a new car for him this year for EDF Motorsport, the Ligier JS2R. Watch out for that one. Alongside the Hayes family, number 114, Jamie Hayes will start. Chris will take over in the Seat Super Copa. Row 15 is Hull and Avery. Richard Avery will start, sharing with Nick Hull, back in a Porsche this year, the Porsche 992, alongside number 175, the Peugeot 308 RC for race car experiences. Bruno Costa starts, Henry Swanson to take over. Row 16, we've got number 56, which is Ian Lawson in the Ing Sports BMW, alongside Jamie Falvey in the Dallara EXP. Problems for that car in qualifying, so we'll have to wait to see if it's there. And But the number 73, I think, is listed on the grid sheet twice, so I think that completes the grid. Yes, we saw Borden and Sanders further up. Let's head down to Ian and see who he's found to talk to on the grid in the meantime.
Oh, look at this, everybody. We're not going to have long, unfortunately, but we thought we'd bring you down to this start-finish straight here at Donington Park to have a look at these cars. Mr. Taylor, what are we going to jump in and have a quick chat? Wow, this is something special, isn't it? Tell me about this.
Yeah, so this is my newly purchased KTM GE4. I got it just before Christmas, one test day, and here we are.
Do you think we could be best friends?
We can be if you want.
You got a spare seat over there. Look, what's your expectation from this race?
I just want a nice, safe, clean finish. To have qualified in third, to be honest, was all above my expectations already. So I'm happy. We'll push on. It's 90 minutes, so who knows what's going to happen, eh?
Oh, I'll see you in the end. Don't forget your best mate. All right. So, let's move on a little bit, shall we? Wow, what a grid of cars this is. We've got the Amspeed BMW there. Let's just move down a little bit further, shall we? The first race for the 2026 season of the Britcar Endurance Championship. 32 cars, apologies. It's 32 cars lining up for this one. It just goes from strength to strength to strength. Let's keep moving down a little bit further, shall we? Got Addison Racing here in the Aston Martin. I wonder if we can just very quickly jump in for a very quick word. I wonder if it's possible. We've got Martin here. I wonder if it's... Can I just say hello very quickly to Martin? How are we feeling ahead of this one? Is it good to be back?
Oh, it's great to be back. Yeah, it's been a long winter, and it's great to be back here, especially with the sun shining as well.
It's perfect conditions, isn't it? Is this what you, as a race driver, is this what you dream of?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And to be on the Grand Prix circuit as well, which we don't get to do very often, so it's great.
Are you a fan of the GP circuit? Do you prefer it?
To be fair, I haven't quite got to grips with it yet, if I'm honest. 'Cause I very rarely drive it.
Well, good luck. Good luck. We've been called off, but good luck. Enjoy it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Claire. Time for us to get off the track. It's time to go racing the first race in 2026 for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. Enjoy.
In position then and ready for a 90-minute epic. First race of the Britcar Endurance Championship. Let's take a look at some of the contenders for this one. Well, the Amspeed Porsche that won the title last year, not on the grid for this one. Don Malone and Adam Smalley, with Charles Rainford, the British Touring Car race winner, making some guest appearances as well, but they're not here for this round, so we'd like to see a new winner. Will it be that awesome-looking True Mix Racing KTM on the front of the grid? Tom Walpole starts, sharing with Mark Kemp in the KTM Writer GT4. Aggressive is not the word, just look at that car on the pole position alongside the Britcar veterans, the Cunninghams in their familiar Porsche. Another KTM on the second row, the number 46 of Rob Taylor. We just heard from him. We've got McLarens out there, we've got BMWs, we've got Porsche Caymans, an absolute ton of Ginettas in the midfield. We've got Cupra TCR cars. Further back in the order, there's the Ligier, the orange car there, the number 60 EDF Motorsport car driven by Ash Woodman. We've seen him in Cupra TCR cars in the past. That's a Ligier JSR2 from France, something new to the series. We did see one very briefly a few years ago at Silverstone, but it only did a few laps. I've got no idea what is going to happen in this race. The classes we have got out there, we've got the GT class, which is BMWs, Ginettas, and some of the McLarens in there as well. The Challenge class, which contains some of the quickest cars, including our pole-sitting KTM. The Dallara at the back of the grid, there it is. So Jamie Falvey has made it out in the Dallara EXP. Very unusual-looking beast that one is. Watch for him coming through. He was fairly quick in free practice, but had trouble in qualifying. Didn't get a flying lap in. The Dallara EXP is an evolution of the Dallara Stradale sports car. It's got a 2.3 litre Ford EcoBoost engine producing almost 500 brake horsepower. It's a track-only evolution of the Stradale sports car built by the famous single-seater building company. Watch for Jamie Falvey coming through in that lightweight machine from the back of the field. It'll be a rolling start. 90 minutes. He awaits the pit window to open mid-race. Here we go. Start of a new Britcar season. The car's starting to form up. 67 there, Julian McBride with his BMW M3. It's the orange KTM on pole, the yellow Porsche of Mark Cunningham alongside Tom Walpole. Pace car pulls into pit lane, waiting for the red lights to go out. And 90 minutes of racing gets underway now. Away they go, the front row sprints away down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. They jockey for position behind. It is Tom Walpole in the KTM who leads the way into that first corner. Charging around the outside, the number 4 BMW of Noah Cosby for Team Brit, one of the Ginettas running wide over the curves behind. The first two have pulled away slightly. It is Tom Walpole in that awesome KTM who leads the way from Mark Cunningham in the Porsche. Rob Taylor's KTM is in third place, then it's one of the McLarens. I think that's Bobby Trundley up in fourth place for Team Brit, team that's is aiming to become the first all-disabled team to compete at the Le Mans 24 hours in the next few years. The team that gives those with physical and mental handicaps chance to succeed in motor racing. Everybody else jockeying for position behind. Looking at the inside there, one of the Ginettas, that's the number 17, that's the Army sports car racing car, Will Ashmore at the wheel, having a go at Team Brit's BMW, the number 4 of Noah Cosby, sharing with Asher Silver. Bobby Trundley under fire from one of the Porsches a little bit further forward there, one of the Porsche Caymans, as diving to the inside there, Marco Anastasi having a go at David May in the battle of the Ginettas. There's a couple of Cupras further back in the order as well. The number 7 is Rob Ellick, 34 behind him, Greg Saunders in the pink car. Colin White coming under fire now from Noah Cosby. Colin, many years a short oval racer in national hot rods, very successful in ASCAR, remember those, on the Rockingham 1.5 mile oval as well. Has been racing Ginettas in various sports car events for many decades now as well. He's got the number 17 of Ashmore on his tail, but over the line it is Cunningham and the 117 of Walpole together. Walpole dropping down the timing screen. There's yellow flags out there at the final corner. I think he's spun there coming through Goddard's there, just out of my view. So it is Cunningham who takes the lead ahead of Taylor and Trundley. So drama's already. There's the Dallara coming through the field. Having to watch such a large field of cars all at the same time is pretty tough. And I think we're going to get the safety car as a result of that. As the hand goes in the air from Jamie Folvey in the only open top machine in the race. Actual looking beast that Dallara EXP is. Fantastic machine. The field goes under safety car for the first time this season. Yellow flags around the circuit because it is our race leader that has spun out at the end of the opening lap. Tom Walpole losing the KTM. Try and see what happened in a moment there. I was watching the action further down the pack, so I missed him going there. So it is Mark Cunningham who takes the lead in the Porsche 991 Cup car for SG Racing. Rob Taylor's KTM in second place and Bobby Trundley in third place for Team Brit, the first of the GT class cars. The Challenge class cars, the quickest overall, then the GT cars, and then the Trophy class, which is being led by the Project 29-7 racing car, Paul O'Neill and Alex Miller's team. Young Finn Leslie, who made his British Touring car debut at the end of last season in a Toyota, is driving for them at the moment. So they form up single file. There is our leader, the Porsche. KTM in second place for Rob Taylor, the GT4 spec car. It's McLaren. Fourth place is the Porsche of number 99. That's Dean Burden with his Toro Verde run Porsche Cayman GC4. Pit window not yet open, so we won't see anybody coming in. The pit lane is closed. So the 117 car of Tom Walpole and Mark Kemp, so impressively set pole position, sadly lasts less than a lap into this 90-minute race. As off goes Tom Walpole at the end of our opening lap. hopefully the damage isn't too severe and they can get back out for later on in the season. Looking forward to our next events for the BARC while we have a moment here. We mentioned April the 4th and 5th at Brands Hatch, TCR and the British Truck Racing Championship in action there. There's hill climb action at Prescott down in Gloucestershire at the end of April, the 25th and 26th, the first round of the British Hill Climb Championship. Speedfest North takes place at Croft on May the 2nd and 3rd. TCR UK Caterhams as well, Junior Saloons and Track Action will be there as well. And going on into May the 16th and 17th, we'll have Convoy Thruxton with the British Truck Racing Championship leading the bill there, and a lot of off-track entertainment as well. So come along to Thruxton in Hampshire in May at the truck race meeting earlier in the season this year. Some of the fixtures coming up. You can find full details at barc.net. We hope that Tom Walpole is okay after his off. He'll be being recovered shortly. Clark Design on YouTube says, yes, I remember Ascar at Rockingham as well. Safety car still out here at the moment. If you are just joining us in our Britcar Endurance Championship race, we are under safety car here at Donington Park. Unfortunately, the pole-sitting car of Tom Walpole and Mark Kemp, the KTM, has crashed out of the race on our opening lap while fighting for the lead with Mark Cunningham, who now leads the way in his Porsche. Safety car remains out. 3 laps completed. It's Mark Cunningham the leader ahead of Rob Taylor in the number 46 KTM Crossbow GTX. Bobby Trundley in the Team Brit McLaren in 3rd place. 4th is Dean Burden, number 99 with his Porsche Cayman. 5th place Chris Boardman sharing with Matthew Sanders in the number 73 Amspeed BMW. Amspeed, of course, the team that took the title last year with Don Malone and Adam Smalley in their Porsche. Simon Clark is 6th in his McLaren 570. How far has the Dallara of Jamie Falvey got up the order in that first lap? He's up to 19th place from the back of this 32 car field. Said he'd be one to watch coming through, the new Dallara EXP. First time we've seen one of those racing in the UK. Wait for the safety car to unleash the field once again. Once the marshals and the clerk of the course are satisfied the circuit is safe. There's number 56, Ian Lawson, at the back of the field with his BMW E46 320i World Touring car. Andy Prio made those cars famous with his hat-trick of World Touring Car Championships. 3 more races to go today after this, 2 more classic touring car races, and we will have the Junior Saloon cars as well. Yeah, that's Game Zoner 911 says on our comments. No, it is not Liam Lawson. It's Ian Lawson in the 56 BMW. Pescara Production says, do we reckon the Dallara is going to win this? We'll wait and see. It's halfway up the field after 1 lap. Ross Hampson says, hope everyone has a safe race. I look forward to competing in round 2 at Donington Park next month. Let's have you along, Ross. Neil Martin says, no power steering on that Dallara. A workout then for Jamie Falvey, especially as he's driving this race solo. Already over 10 minutes into this first race of the season for the Britcar Endurance Championship here in the sunshine of Donington Park. Contrast that to the beginning of today's programme. We got a slightly delayed start due to heavy fog. Didn't take long for the sun to burn it away though. There's the Peugeot 308 RC at the back of the field there. The red car, number 175, driven by Bruno Costa, sharing with Henry Swanson. Clutch of Ginettas in the midfield there. There's the Ligier further back as well, the orange number 60 car of Ash Woodman. Debuting that car this weekend, has previously competed in Cupra TCR cars, among other things. So the safety car remains out. I can see a recovery vehicle at the pit lane entrance there, so I think the KTM spun coming out of Goddard's and has gone into the tyres up there on the entrance area to the pit lane. .721 there is Chris Murphy, the former Britcar champion. Raced Aston Martins in the past, now out in that BMW M3 GTR for the Woodrow Motorsport team. Had a good run at Brands Hatch in the night race at the end of last year. Can't be doing that again, the Into the Night challenge at Brands Hatch at the end of the season. Jason P3651 who says cheering on McBride. That'll be number 67 Julian McBride in the Jeff Steele Racing BMW M3. Where's he in the order at the moment? 16th overall. Of course, Jeff Steele, the long-time BMW racer and team boss, sadly passed away last year. Greatly missed by everyone, especially in the Britcar paddock. He ran his BMWs in this series for many years. Was a British touring car privateer back in the 90s. One of the ex-Vic Lee run Steve Soper and Tim Harvey cars from 1992, I think he had. The safety car continues to lead the field around. Single file, no overtaking, just trying to keep their tyres warm. Who's leading each category? Let's have a look while we get a chance. And there is the KTM being recovered. Yes, it's spun into the tyre wall on the entrance to the pit lane. So that's why the pit lane has had to be kept completely closed, because the entrance is blocked. The window, of course, is not yet open. The KTM of Tom Walpole being stretchered off on the flatbed. That's a great shame, because that was a definite contender for victory here. We're going to look at the class leaders. The Cunninghams lead the challenge category overall. The GT class is led by Bobby Trundley in the McLaren for Team Brit in third overall, sharing with Aaron Morgan. The trophy class is led by Finn Leslie in the Project 297 Ginetta, shared with Carl Garnett. They're currently running 15th overall. Streamlining off the categories this year, of course. No separate class for the TCR cars anymore. The Cup class for the less powerful cars being amalgamated with Trophy. Four cars running in the quicker challenge category now. The top two in the race, Cunningham and Taylor, the Dallara of Falvey, and the Nicole Richard Avery Porsche, which is further down the order in 28th at the moment. Keeping it steady still behind the safety car, waiting for those flashing lights to go out, and then the cars will be unleashed to race once again, but they can't do that until the hazard has been cleared, especially as it's in the pit lane entrance. There is the KTM. Doesn't look like there's too serious damage to it, just the position it was in that was causing the main problems there. I'm sure Tom Walpole will be A-OK. Fearless Leader 2001 asked, what class is the Dallara in? That's in the challenge category for the quicker cars. We are now moving into the pit window, so my reckoning is next time around everybody's going to dive in, but let's wait to see if the safety car lights have gone out there. I couldn't tell as it came out of the old hairpin. See as the car comes up towards the top of the circuit, then into the exhibition straight, to see if the lights have gone out. But the pit window, I think, has just opened, so yeah, pit window is open, that is confirmed, so I suspect, regardless of whether the safety car comes in or not, we're going to see everybody dive for the pits this time through. Yes, the lights have gone out, though this might be a slightly confusing restart here. Who's going to stay out and who's going to make for their mandatory pit stop? They'll have a minimum pit time, of course. If that is exceeded, if the stop is too short, you can be given penalties. Anybody who does, we'll try and keep abreast of those as best we can, but the race is about to get back underway. Mark Cunningham in the SG Racing Porsche 991 leads the way. Had a lot of bad luck last season, the Cunningham family, and they fight back to take an overall victory here. It's steady into Goddard's corner, the safety car about to unleash them. And we're back underway with the Britcar Endurance Championship here at Donington Park, and Cunningham Fair sprints away from Rob Taylor in the KTM in second place. Down into Redgate corner they come. Is anybody going to come into the pits? Yes, the number 7 car is in. There's a couple of cars made their way in there. The number 55 Porsche of Matthew Bryars, he'll hand over to pro driver Charlie Hollings to take over the Toro Verde Porsche Cayman. The Addisons have come in. Martin Addison to hand over to Bill in the Aston Martin. The number 7 is Rob Ellick handing over to Finn Jones in the green Cupra. I think they're the only stoppers this time through. There's Julian McBride, who mentioned him in his M3, taking Marco Anastasi, who runs wide onto the gravel in the Dayton Motorsports Ginetta. Marco Anastasi and his co-driver Maurizio Cilio, they used to compete against each other in Ginettas in the Britcar Endurance Championship. Oh, the KTM slowing. Rob Taylor's slowing down. Oh, another KTM in trouble. That's a great shame. So both the KTMs in problems, one already out of the race with that collision with the pit lane entrance after a spin. And it looks like Robert Taylor's version's in trouble as well. This man isn't in trouble. Mark Cunningham in the Porsche going clear. Now is he going to come in to hand over to Peter this time? We'll dab of the brakes there coming out of the Melbourne loop. This is now the fight for second place. Bobby Trundley in the McLaren has got Dean Burden's Porsche Cayman behind him. There's another McLaren, that'll be the number 23 of Simon Clark. He's being chased down by one of the Ginettas. That's Will Ashmore in the Army sports car racing machine. They've got Chris Boardman's BMW ahead of them, and going wide there. Oh, that's confusion between a pair of Ginettas. Colin White slowed coming out of the last corner there, and the car following immediately behind had to do some grass cutting to avoid him. So that's caused a big mix-up in the order. Colin White was unable to pull across into the pit lane, and there's more cars going off. That's the number 4 Team Brit of Noah Cosby, the BMW, and I think that's another Ginetta. I'll try and identify that in a moment, that he's tangled with there, Noah Cosby. Who's that that's gone off? I couldn't quite see the number on that car, unfortunately. So this is going to be a complete shake-up in the order, because we've got cars making pit stops. About 4 or 5 cars have gone off at the end of that lap. What we do know is that Mark Cunningham stayed out, and he's still leading this race. This is now the battle for second place. Bobby Trundley in second, Jamie Burden is third, and there's our race leader. He's probably wondering what's happened to everybody else behind him. There's the number 4 of Noah Cosby in the gravel at Redgate's corner. The car shared with Asher Silver. The safety car is going to have to come out again, unfortunately. Now, who's the car that went off with him? It's the number 82 car, and that's Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills. Now, we know how quick they've been in free practice and in testing. That could have been a podium contender, but it's in the gravel. Michael Nibbs sharing with Aidan Hills, the multiple Mazda MX-5 champion, former rallycross champion as well, who was due to take over that car, but they're in the gravel. They've tangled with the number 4 of Noah Cosby. So this is going to lead to a flurry of pit stops. Chris Boardman's come in the number 73. Colin White is stuck there. The car that went off avoiding him, I think that was the 82 car that went down the grass there, because Colin White slowed coming off Goddard's corner. He tried to pull over, and Michael Nibbs was caught out. He had to go ploughing down the grass, and as a result of that, he tangled with the number 4 of Noah Cosby at the next corner. So 3 more cars out of it. We've got cars making pit stops. Richard Avery has come in the Porsche for Full Throttle Motorsport. Nick Hull will take over for him. They used to race Porsche Boxsters several years ago. The Wilson family are in. Elliott handing over to Ian for the number 10 Wise Racing with Velocity team. The number 95 of Andy Cummings has come in as well. David Ward will take over the JWA Racing Ginetta. But this race currently being thrown into confusion by so much incidents. Marco Anastasi's come in to hand over to Maurizio Cilio, the number 47 Ginetta for Dayton Motorsport. And I think Ian is down with an update in the pit lane.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. Dramatic start to the race, wasn't it? Why don't we grab Andy for a quick chat? Just let him go put his helmet down as the cars are about to make their way back out. The pit lane, of course, is open. Andy, that was quite a dramatic start to the race, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was. Didn't realise that car had gone in the water we came round, but yeah, it was just few laps behind us, and then when racing got going again, it was just chaos everywhere. So I think it's going to be an interesting race.
Well, I'm afraid you've come in for your first change, of course, but you haven't done too many racing laps.
No, I think I've done 3 or 4 flying laps, that's it. So, yeah.
Well, thanks for talking.
No worries, let's hope Davey goes well.
I'm sure he will. Top man, stay with us alive a little bit longer if that's all right, guys, because let's come back out. As you can see, we've got Anastasia and Siglio just heading out there in the Ginetta as well. What a sound it makes. Let's focus on the cars. Off goes the number 95 right now, David Ward there in the car. More cars. Let's keep going. In fact, just watching back, Anton, if you turn around a sec, we've got more and more coming into the pits. This is what we love, isn't it? In the pit lane here for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Let's move down. Let's keep going, everybody. Shall we? The number 118 has just come in, Dave May and Mark Skeets. Let's just see how things are going on down here with these guys. Let's just let the driver get out. I think it's Dave getting out of the car. We'll have a quick chat with him in a second once he's managed to get himself out. It is Dave May indeed. So let's have a quick word with Dave. We'll just let him catch his breath for a sec. All right, Dave, I'm coming to you, mate. Catch your breath for a sec. Catch your breath. Don't you worry, my friend. And we'll grab him for a sec. Where is he? He's coming over here. Here he is. We'll let him get his helmet off. Dave, it's good to see you again, my friend. Yeah, absolutely. Well, more importantly, we'll find out how you are in a minute once you get your helmet off there. Bit of a dramatic start to the race. Do get your comments coming in. Don't forget on the BARC YouTube channel. Right, not too many racing laps there.
No, not many. Plenty of crashes, though.
Yeah. How was it from where you were sitting?
It seemed alright. I seemed to get right at the front, but I don't know. There was the KTM up there that went in the pit wall or wherever, and then came round. Where did I come round? I came round somewhere. There was just like chaos everywhere. Well, at the end, like cars everywhere. And I looked at my mirror going down there and down at Redgate. They were all over the place.
There's still a long way to go. It's good to be back.
Oh, it's always good to be back, mate. Yeah.
Top man, look, I'll let you go out for some water and rest up a bit and get back out there a little bit later. Yeah, great to see you. Let's head back out a sec, shall we? Everybody may as well stay with us. I think we are. Are we still under safety car conditions? I believe we are. We look down the pit lane. We've still got yellow flags into Redgate there as well. I don't know if I can see any recovery. I can't quite see, but hustling pit lane, as you can imagine here. There goes Carl Gardner and Finn Leslie there as well. We spoke to Paul O'Neill a little bit earlier. I don't know if we had time to play that interview out, but I did catch up with him. He's now on team management duties as well. He's through there. Let's just see if we can grab another. I think he's on the phone right now. We've got Mandy as well. I just really wanted to say hello to Mandy, how are you? We are I know, I had to get you on camera. How are you? Come on, how are you?
Don't you ever? Oh my God, you really.
We are live. I say it's just nice to see you again. How have you been anyway? It's been a long time.
I've been very well, thank you. It has been a long time, and you would never normally get me in front of the microphone. So yeah, all good.
I did promise I would. I'll let you go now. Let's get out of it. Right, I haven't seen Mandy for a few years. Brilliant stuff. And that, just like that, look, the pit lane's completely empty. Let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. More action coming up in the pit lane very, very soon. Don't go. In fact, more cars are already coming in. But let's go back to Dave.
Thanks, Ian. So we see the number 14 Brit BMW of Noah Cosby and Asher Silver being towed away. The car that came fairly close to winning the title last year. That looks to be out of the race. Colin White seems to be out. The number 7 Cupra of Rob Ellick and Finn Jones, that has not rejoined after it came into the pits, so it looks like that could be out of the race with a problem. I think the Michael Nibbs Aidan Hills car is going again after that went into the gravel at Redgate as well. Meanwhile, the Cunninghams have been in. Peter Cunningham has taken over the number 32 Porsche. Bobby Trundley has pitted the 68 McLaren for Team Brit, and Aaron Morgan, the wheelchair-bound racer, has taken over. Certainly one of the quickest disabled drivers in British motorsports. Dean Burden's brought the Porsche in as well, the Cayman GT4 for Toro Verde. The first car in the order that has yet to stop is number 23 Simon Clark's McLaren for Form Evo Racing, number 23. So that's the car that is behind our safety car with just over an hour of the race still to run. The number 17, second on track, Will Ashmore, Jonathan Candler and Josh Gilding, the Army Motorsport machine. And up behind them is Jamie Falvey in the Dallara. Could that Dallara win this race? Rob Taylor's going again in the KTM after he slowed earlier on. So whatever the problem there was, we're not sure. He's been into the pits. There's, I think, 7 cars that have yet to stop. And if the safety car stays out for another lap, I suspect we'll see all 7 of them come in this time, because they will lose less time under the safety car being off track. TSL has a new feature on their timing screen this year. This is pretty good, because you can click on a team and see not only when the driver was in the car and what laps each driver recorded, but you can also see the length and duration of any pit stops that car made. For example, I can click on the 32 SG Racing Porsche. It shows one colour next to the laps Mark Cunningham has done, and another colour for what laps Peter Cunningham has done. Shows the length of each driver's stint and the length of each pit stop the car has made. Their stop was 2 minutes 14 seconds. Great new technology from TSL this season. Thank you very much for that. Still recovery going on at Red Gates. A couple of our members of the Orange family, our marshalling team there, supervising matters as the telehandler takes the number 4 Team Brit BMW back to the paddock. The 23 car has come in of Simon Clark for Formevo Racing, McLaren. Will Ashmore, I think, has stayed out, so the number 17 Ginetta, yes, he's still there, takes the overall lead. Jamie Falvey now up into second in the Dallara. Those 2 cars have yet to stop, as have the Wheelers in the Brisky Racing McLaren. Michael Wheeler made his debut towards the end of last season. We'll hand over to Richard Wheeler, very experienced racer in all manner of things, everything from historic sports cars with a Lotus Elan up to super touring machines. He's got some of the old super touring Nissan Primeras, the Brisky Racing team. He's done Ford Fiesta STs as well, you name it, Richard's raced it. Behind them, Greg Saunders' Cupra has yet to stop, the pink number 34 machine. Young Freddie Ingram celebrated his 18th birthday yesterday, number 69 Ginetta, and also number 22 Archie Buttle with his Ginetta. They have yet to stop, according to the timing screen. There are 6 cars that have not yet stopped. Just waiting to see where everybody feeds back in after the next couple of laps, after they've made their stops and gone back out again, to determine what the race order will be. Tell you, Peter Cunningham is still ahead of Aaron Morgan on track by 1 place. Behind them, the BMW now with Matthew Sanders on board, the orange and white number 73, took over from Chris Boardman. Behind them is Carl Garnett. He's taken over the 297 car from Finn Leslie. The lights are still on because we've got that recovery work going on at Redgate. So there'll be another lap at least behind the safety car. Are we going to see the remaining half dozen cars make their stops? Dean Burton has come in. He was in the lead. Simon Clark likewise. It's going to be a rather jumbled order on this restart, I fear. That's Colin White's car being towed in as well, the veteran campaigner in his Ginetta. It was his car, unfortunately, that sparked all that mayhem down into Redgate, because he pulled over, or tried to pull over, when the car faltered coming out of Goddard's. The 82 car of Michael Nibbs went onto the grass in avoidance, ploughed down the grass and damaged the front end, and then I don't know whether he came into Redgate, found he had no steering, and tangled with the number 4. Chris Murphy has come back into the pits in the number 721 BMW, as has Julian McBride, number 67. Second stops for them. The Ashmore, Candler and Gilding car has come in to make, well, they're going to have to make 2 stops because they've got 3 drivers. The pit window remains open. The 90-minute race opens at 18 minutes, closes at 72 minutes into the race in a 90-minute race. So all except 5 cars have now made their first mandatory stop. How many have made their second stop now? Because it's this safety car period proving long enough for a couple of them to do so. Chris Murphy has. Julian McBride's in as well. Races between over 70 minutes and up to and including 2 hours. It's 2 mandatory pit stops. Shorter races it is 1 stop. Mandatory pit stop time for Donington Park is 129 seconds. So 2 minutes 9 seconds is your minimum pit stop time for Donington Park. Pit window remains open. Leader is now the Dallara. The top 5 cars, as we see them on track, have all yet to stop. Everybody else has made at least 1 stop. There's a couple of cars that have made their second stop. So Jamie Falvey will be the leader next time around in the Dallara. It started from the back of the grid. The Wheelers are second. There's the McLaren for Brisky Racing. Greg Saunders in the Cupra third. Then the Ginettas of Freddie Ingram and Archie Buttle fourth and fifth. The Addisons in the Aston Martin, ex-Bill Addison, now on board, I believe. Then Maurizio Cilio in the Ginetta. Where are the Cunninghams? They're in 7th place on track at the moment. So I think the Addisons, they're next in track position, but they're a lap behind the Cunningham car. Just waiting for everything to cycle through at the moment as they come over the line on the timing screen. Yes, the Addisons are a further lap back. Cilio and Anastasia have just come in to make their second stop. The 47 Ginetta has come back in. So once everybody has cycled through this first round of pit stops, it should be the Cunningham car, number 32, still in the lead, ahead of Trundley and Morgan and the Sanders and Boardman BMW. Is my reckoning. But of course, if the safety car stays out longer, they might be tempted to come in and make their second pit stop and throw everything into confusion again. To see if we are going to restart this time. It looks like we are getting ready for a restart here at Donington Park with the Britcar Endurance Championship. It looks like the marshals and recovery teams have done their job. With just over 50 minutes left on the clock, it looks like we are about to go racing once again. Wait to see when the timing screen settles down. Yes, the green flags wave as we come into the Wheatcroft Straight, and on track at least it is Jamie Falvey in the Dallara who leads. The timing screen is still showing the number 99 Porsche of Dean Burden in first place. He's almost 2 minutes ahead of the field according to TSL timing, so we'll do a double check on that, I think. On track it is Jamie Falvey who leads Greg Saunders. They've yet to stop. The Ginetta of Freddie Ingram has also yet to stop. Michael Wheeler has come in from what was second on the road to hand over to Richard Wheeler. Yes, Dean Burden on corrected time in the number 99 Porsche looks to be your race leader. Shown as almost 2 minutes ahead on corrected time as the safety car released Jamie Falvey. Coming down towards the Fogarty S's then, some side-by-side action already on the first lap of this restart. We'll pick them up as they come, and that's the KTM off. Rob Taylor, number 46. Don't tell me this is going to be another safety car, unless he can get out of there on the edge of Coppice. I thought I saw a car spinning there. Rob Taylor's KTM started on the second row of the grid, has spun out there. That'll be cold tyres on the first lap of the restart, I think. And Taylor left facing the wrong way. In the meantime, I can tell you Jamie Falvey has come in. He was 1 minute 11 seconds behind Dean Burden, so Burden was the leader on corrected time when we went green. Once again, Jamie Falvey has now pitted the Dallara. Time there's the number 82 Ginetta, the car that was involved in that tangle at Redgate earlier on. There's the 99 car just ahead of him. Dean Burden is leading this. There's the Project 29-7 car in behind as well. Carl Garnett and Finn Leslie's Ginetta, run by Alex Miller and Paul O'Neill, the former touring car star. Hear him commentating on the TCR UK Championship this year. Great entertainer is Paul. Well, the safety car has not been called after that spin for Rob Taylor at Coppice, so has he got it going in? There's Jamie Falvey in the Dallara EXP in the pit lane. So Dean Burden will be leading Greg Saunders. He's yet to come in. Ingram and Buttle have yet to come in as well, but now the safety car is called again. Oh, he nearly made it out. Look, Robert Taylor, he tried so hard to get the KTM out of the gravel, but he's given up the struggle and he's moving to safety. Well, this incident-filled race now has its third safety car period. And I think we can head down to pit lane for an update on one of the drivers involved in the earlier incident, Colin White.
Yeah, we're in the garage with car number 78 of Colin White, the Ginetta, which unfortunately has pulled in to retire from the race. Colin, what went wrong out there? What's happened to the car? What's the issue?
Hopefully we haven't retired from the race.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully they're changing the drive shaft. We come out on the hairpin and the shaft sheared, and so that's why I had to pull up on the grass out the way. Got no drive, and now we sat there waiting for the truck, and then we'll repair it.
Oh, the boys pushed you down the pit lane. Real team effort here today. So is the hope to get back out there then at some point in the next kind of 50 minutes?
Hopefully 10.
10, wow, it's one to keep an eye on, isn't it?
Time for have a cup of tea and that's it.
quick lube break, then a cup of tea, and then you'll be back in the car hopefully, won't you, Colin?
Yeah, that's right, yeah, bring some more fluids and we'll be ready to go.
Lovely. And what's it like out on track then, just quickly before we throw back?
The track is lovely and clean, and not much kitty litter anywhere, so it's all good really. Yeah, the sun's bright out there, so and that glistens off the curbs and that, but other than that, it's great to drive.
You said it's a bit warm though in the car, isn't it?
Yes, sat still. When you're going along, you get a bit of a breeze coming in, but sat there, you are cooking a bit, yeah.
Well, hopefully you'll feel that breeze in the car again soon. Hopefully get you back on track later. You know, there's a lot of action here in the pit lane still. We'll throw you back to Dave though, and I'll catch up with you guys in a little bit.
Thanks to Leah, our new pit reporter with Britcar this season, giving us an update from Colin White. So we know what the problem was, a drive shaft breaking on his Ginetta. Colin, a vastly experienced Ginetta racer, and I'm sure the team will have that car back out soon. So Dean Burden is your leader then. Greg Saunders has brought the Cupra in to make his first pit stop. I can tell you the Garnett and Leslie number 297 Ginetta has come in for its second stop as well. Rob Taylor's KTM is towed away. The leaders completed 20 laps. They were able to build up a big lead during that flurry of pit stops under the safety car. He must have timed it perfectly there to make his stop, Dean Burden, and come out with a substantial lead over, it was Freddie Ingram in second place. He's now pulled into the pits, and Archie Buttle has as well. So everyone who's able to do so has now made at least one pit call. Some drivers now getting into their second mandatory stop. Many cars that haven't done so are cars that were involved in incidents earlier on. We've lost, well, it's now 5 cars I think we've lost from this race. The Walpole and Kemp KTM didn't complete the first lap. It spun into the pit lane entrance. The number 7 Cupra of Finn Jones and Rob Ellick didn't rejoin after its first stop. Problems for them. Colin White, we're waiting to see if he goes back out. The Noah Cosby Asher Silver BMW for Team Brit is back in the pit lane. And now the KTM in trouble as well, number 46, Rob Taylor. This is the Addison family. Number 189, Aston Martin, making its second stop. Looks like Martin getting back in. Bill and Martin Addison began their careers up at their local circuit of Croft in the northeast, where they run Addison Plant Limited. We're at Croft at the beginning of May. The Northern Speedfest, TCR and Caterham featuring there, and Rob Taylor is trying to get going again. Now he's been towed out of the gravel. He's going to let the entire field go by before he can rejoin. Not been a good race for the KTMs. Safety car still with the lights on. Now if Rob Taylor rejoins, will we be able to have a fairly late restart here, or will they have to go round again? Evelyn Buanik at the wheel of the Hyundai safety car. Try and pick out the leading Porsche. It's the black Cayman GT 4RS. There he is, 6th in the order. Safety car has picked up the 55 car at the moment, which is the other Porsche Cayman of Charlie Hollings, sharing with Matthew Bryers. Leave Charlie on board at the moment. We'll check that because I can check it via the timing screen who's in that car at the moment. I think still showing as Matthew Bryers at the moment, so no, they haven't done a driver change so far. None of the cars that have pitted so far are showing as having changed drivers, so maybe the system's not yet active. But anyway, a good feature when it is active. Still, just over 40 minutes of this race yet to go. Leader Dean Burden has completed 22 laps. And now that everybody's cycled through their first pit stops, it is the Cunningham Porsche in second place. So the Cunninghams second, then it's Trundley and Morgan. We'll wait to see where everybody else is going to cycle back in now. Who's going to be leading the rest of the cars round. So the safety car has now got our race leader, the number 99 Porsche, behind it. Now, where are the Cunninghams? Mark and Peter Cunningham. They're a long way down in relation to our... Yeah, the gap is showing as nearly 2 minutes on the timing screen at the moment. So there's almost a lap between first and second place at the moment. As we await our latest restart, which is about to happen because the safety car is into pit lane and away they go. Away goes Dean Burden in the Porsche Cayman. He's got the Michael Nibbs, Aidan Hills, Ginetta in behind him, one of the Cupras alongside that. That will move aside as the quicker McLaren and Ginetta move up on the inside. It's a tough race to follow with all these restarts and pit stops. The field very jumbled on track at the moment, but it is Dean Burden who leads the way, chased by the Michael Nibbs, Aidan Hills, Ginetta. It's a shame that car had that tangle at Redgate, because it I'm sure would have been a contender for a podium or at very least a class win otherwise in the GT category, which is being led by Dean Burden at the moment. The Cunninghams lead the challenge category. The trophy class is led by 114, the Hayes family, with their Cupra, their Seat Super Cobra, I should say. Let's head down to Ian in the pits. He's talking to Brisky Racing.
Well, here we are back in the garages. I'm here with Michael Wheeler, I think the youngest driver in a Britcar Endurance to date. 16 years old, that's right?
Yeah, it feels cool to do it at 16.
Now, you did the first stint, of course. Your dad, I know very well, Richard Wheeler, of course, from the classic touring cars as well. He's racing right now, isn't he? First stint, though, how did it feel? It's quite a lot of laps behind the safety car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good. There was a lot of laps on the safety car, but I got a feel for it. We had a few green laps. I managed to make up a few positions, which is good.
So I understand as well, your dad's out in the car at the minute. He's going to come in. You're going to do the final stint as well, is that right?
We're not sure yet. We're trying to work out how long you have to spend in the car. Because if I've spent enough time in the car, we'll just bring him in, refuel and send him back out. But if I need to do an extra stint, we have to bring him in, change drivers again.
What's it like racing with the old man? Is it nice?
Yeah, it's nice.
A real family affair. Look, Michael, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. 16 years old. 16! Good luck for the rest of the race, yeah. Dave, back to you, my friend.
16 years old and racing a McLaren in endurance race. I could barely ride a bicycle when I was 16, never mind race cars. And I haven't ridden a bicycle since I passed my driving test, I don't think, when I was 18. But the race continues here at Donington for the Britcar Endurance Championship, with Dean Burden still leading the way. The McLaren of Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan has come in to make its second pit stop, as has the Jones Fleming Audi TT, number 77 for the TSR Performance team. It's the green Audi TT. Here's a battle involving a couple of the Ginettas. The 297 car of Garnett and Leslie chasing after, I think that's the Freddie Ingram car, number 69. He's got Greg Saunders Cupra ahead of him, and ahead of them is that very distinctive Ligier. It was a very famous name from Formula One in the 70s through to the 90s, Ligier. A company founded by Guy Ligier, former racing driver, beats a few Grand Prix himself back in the 60s, but now more famed for their sports cars. It's the first time in a few years we've seen one in Britcar, courtesy of Ash Woodman, run by the EDF Motorsports team. Previously ran him in his Cupra TCR. The Cunninghams still second in the Porsche. They lead the challenge category. The Hayes family in their Cupra leading the trophy class, as in comes, I think that's the number 721 BMW with Chris Murphy. Yes, making his way to the pit lane once again. Now, he's already made 2 pit stops, so that's a problem, I think, for the BMW. There's our leader. Dean Burden must have timed his pit stop absolutely spot on, because he's well clear. He's the tune of 53.7 seconds clear of the Cunninghams, and somebody's off, at the Craner curve. It's a Cupra, I can tell you that. There's 2 cars off. That's the 73 of Sanders and Boardman and the number 20 of Nick Hull and Richard Avery. Now they were down as entering a Porsche in this race. It's down on the timing screen as a Porsche as well, so they must have had problems with the Porsche and got their old Cupra TCR out, just to confuse matters a little there. I wonder why they were so far down the order. So they've changed cars, Nick Hull and Richard Avery. That's why the number 20 is running further down the order than it should be, and they've got their old Cupra TCR out, and nobody told us or the timekeepers. Apologies for that. That car now being involved in a tangle with the 73 BMW that was running towards the sharp end. They were in 7th place. I can tell you the Dallara of Jamie Falvey has done the fastest lap, 1:30.595. Just over 32 minutes of this incident-packed race to go. And talking of incidents, another car in trouble. It's the number 95 Ginetta. That's the Andy Cummings and David Ward car. David Ward is on board. He's had an incident at Redgates, but he's getting going again. That car was running in 13th place. So no need for another safety car. The Ginetta gets back underway after a spin. The Dallara, 1:30.595, the fastest lap of the race for that car. Is that car slowing there, coming out of the Melbourne Loop? Another favourite in trouble. What is going on with this race? All the major players seem to be hitting problems. Yep, the hazard lights come on. Well, it's a new car, the Dallara. And there's problems for Jamie Falvey. He was coming through the field from the back after problems in qualifying. I wonder if it's the same issue that struck him here. Oh, such a shame. We were looking forward to seeing that car up there with the front runners, but he's into pit lane. This could be a retirement for the Dallara. Need to come to 63. Hopefully our pit reporters Ian and Leah will be down there to find out what the issue is. Jamie Falvey gets out of the car. Looks like that's race over, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Dean Burden still leads ahead of the Cunninghams. It's David May and Mark Skeets now up into 3rd place in their Ginetta, the number 118 car. The number 17 of Ashmore, Candler and Gilding, the Army Motorsport car, is 4th. And in P5, it's the number 55 of Briers and Hollings, the second of the Porsche Caymans. Then we've got number 114, the Hayes family. Freddie Ingram's rejoined after his pit stop, currently showing in 7th place ahead of the number 8 of Bruno Costa and Henry Swanson. That's the Peugeot 308. Archie Buttle has just come in for his 2nd pit visit. Sanders and Boardman's BMW, after it's off, currently rounds out the top 10. There's the number 114, the Jamie and Chris Hayes car. And I think we can hear from that team down in the pits with Ian.
So I'm with Jamie Hayes, and you guys are running in 1st place, but like you just told me, it is absolute carnage out on track.
Yeah.
Just talk me through it.
I mean, I don't think I've been to a Britcar race yet. We've had more safety cars than actual racing laps. It's a shame because we're doing really well. We had a radio issue, so we got the pit stop like 0.8 of a second wrong, so we've got to serve a drive-through penalty, which is going to potentially cripple our race. But I mean, otherwise, I have never been to a race we've had this many safety cars, this many cars in the gravel. It's carnage, literally carnage.
What goes through your mind as a driver when all this is happening out of track, and you know you've got to get in that car and just try your best and do your best race?
Yeah, so I mean, all we can do is focus on our race, what we've got to do, take the penalty, try and drive out of it, see what we can do. But yeah, we just got to focus on our race, our team, and see what we can do.
And you drive with your brother.
Yep.
That must be, for me, if I drove with my brother, that would be carnage in itself. What's it like for you?
To be honest, I actually think it works really well because he beats me, I then want to beat him, he then beats me again, and I want to beat him. So it's really good.
Well, it seems to be working for you. You are still running in first, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Dave Goddard in the commentary box.
Well, we're expecting Ian down there. It was Amy Palmer who was talking to the Hayes family down there. Unfortunately, a stop-go penalty for that car. Black and white flag being shown as number 34, Greg Saunders, for exceeding track limits. So a warning, if he does it again, he'll be penalised. A bit of push and shove there between a couple of the Ginettas. 118 David May and Mark Skeet's car, and the number 22 of Archie Buttle. Now Archie has just been into the pits, so he's a couple of laps down on the 118 car, which is currently in third place. But closing up on them is the number 17 car, and they're trying to take P3 away from the 118. So a fight for position here at the moment for P3. So Dean Burden is still well clear in the number 99 car. He's got to make a second stop. The Briars and Hollings Porsche has just come in for its second stop. We can tell you the Dallara of Jamie Falvey, number 63, unfortunately has retired. That's confirmed. The Dallara is out of the race, very sadly. Hopefully we can hear from Jamie Falvey and find out what has gone wrong. So many of the favourites in this race hitting problems. Other cars with problems, the Ligier of Ash Woodman, you can see it there, that's made 3 stops. So problems for the Ligier possibly making a third stop. The Audi TT number 77 has made 4 pit stops. And the Ligier being lapped here, and the number 17 car losing a bit of ground as a result there, because he met the Ligier in the worst possible place there coming into the chicane. The Cunninghams have come in to make their second mandatory pit stop in the Porsche 991. Team Brit did so earlier on in the McLaren. Simon Clark is in for the second time, and the Sanders Boardman BMW has as well. The number 17 car has just come in, I can tell you, as well. And somebody off, oh, that's the Hayes Super Copa. We just heard from that team down in the pits. It's spun coming out of the Melbourne Loop. Bit of damage to the front end there where it smoked the barrier. So hopefully they can get going again. They just lost the lead of the trophy class during the pit stops there to Freddie Ingram in his Ginetta, who's now in P5 overall. Now that car's not getting going again. The marshal's running to attend. Is this another of our favourites in trouble for a class victory, possibly? Another car possibly in trouble is the Anastasi and Celio Ginetta. That's coming to the pits for a third time as well. Well, there's the number 20 car. Again, apologies for the confusion over that car. I was not informed that Nick Hull and Richard Avery had changed car. Their Porsche blew its engine in testing yesterday, and they've switched back to their old Cupra TCR. But it's still showing on the timing screen as a Porsche, so they haven't told the timekeepers, unfortunately, of the change of car. They've just been passed by the number 69 Ginetta of Freddie Ingram. He's running very nicely up there in 5th and leading the trophy class at the moment, ahead of the Swanson and Costa Peugeot 308s by 22 seconds as things stand at the moment. Green Green flag showing there because there's a yellow at the Melbourne Loop where the Seat Super Copa has gone off. There it is. Into the pits comes another Ginetta. I think that's the Ligier back in once again as well, so clearly all is not well with Ash Woodman's Ligier. 20 car comes in. 69 of Ingram in for his second stop. 17 car going back out after his second stop, and the 23 as well of Simon Clark in the McLaren. Into the strict pit lane speed limit, back underway. There's the Addisons in the Aston Martin. Not sure which of them's on board. I think it's Martin back on board that car at the moment. There's the Cunninghams. They've just made their second stop. They're on their out lap at the moment. But the way things are going, there's not going to be a huge amount of finishes to this first Britcar race of the season. 22 minutes and change to go. I think we can hand down to Leah in the pits with an update for us.
We're down here in the garage with Nick Cole, just finished short stint, just got out of the car. What's it like out on track? How has this race been for you as that stage have unfolded?
Well, we're just trying to obviously get points for the challenge today. We're not in the right car, so we're just trying to stay out of trouble. I had a massive moment down in the bottom of Crater Curves. I don't know whether they caught that on telly, but I certainly, excuse me, my French, need to change my underpants now. But thankfully the guy in the BMW missed me. But yeah, great so far. Looking forward to being out in the 992. The Cooper's gone the best it's ever gone in 2 years, so that's fantastic as well. So yeah, just really enjoying it, and hope Rich can bring it home and get points.
Yeah, he's just left the garage now as we've been speaking. Where does it put you then instead for your next round? Are you hopeful for more success to come in the future rounds this season?
Yeah, hopefully we'll be out in the 992. We should have been out there this weekend, but unfortunately we had issues with the engine on Thursday. So yeah, we should have it back by the end of the month, so we'll be a bit out in that, yeah.
Lovely, that Cooper's done really well on this lovely British sunshine we've had today, hasn't it? Has it been good out on track, good fun?
Yeah, it's been great fun, yeah, really good fun, but a lot of safety cars. Obviously first race of the year for Britcar, so you know, maybe a lot of testosterone out there, but yes, and safety cars breed safety cars, don't they? So, but yeah, good fun.
Yeah, been a bit scrappy, but all round a good day. Thank you so much for talking to me today, and we'll hand back to Dave in commentary.
Yes, thanks, Leo. It looks like we've got further pit lane problems. That is Freddie Ingram, and he stopped while leaving the pit lane. Something's happened to the Ginetta. Meanwhile, I think the safety car is out again. We'll try and confirm what's happened this time out on track. But Freddie Ingram has stopped in the pit lane, away from his garage, you can see there. So some sort of problem on the right-hand side of the car the mechanics were looking at, I think. We wait to see what has happened on track this time. The 118 car of David May and Mark Skeets in the pit lane. Dean Burden are coming as well. It may be because the 114 Seat Super Copa is still there, so whether that's the reason for the safety car. It's been there for a couple of laps, but he can't move it away, so perhaps that's the reason. Dean Burden, the race leader, has been into the pits for his second stop. David May and Mark Skeets are in as well. They were second on the road. Yeah, Freddie Ingram being pulled back into the garage by the look of things. Well, this race decidedly chaotic, it has to be said. Season opener for the Britcar Endurance Championship. lot of cars hitting problems, including a lot of the favourites for success in all three classes in this race. The safety car joins us for the 4th time. Yes, that's the reason why they couldn't get the number 114 Seat Super Copa running again, so it needs the recovery vehicle. Pit window is still open, but I think everybody has now made their second stop. Just looking down the timing screen. Yes, everybody who is able to has made their second stop. I think we're down to 24 cars running. Possibly 23 if Freddie Ingram doesn't get going again. Safety car just ahead of one of the BMWs. I think that's the 67 of Julian McBride, who's currently 5th overall. Behind him the 22 car, which is Archie Buttle. We look now for your leader, which is still Dean Burden in the number 99 Porsche Cayman. Seat is craned away, but a busy race for our recovery crews. Many thanks to them. So Dean Burden, who struck it lucky with the first round of pit stops. I think that's why he is enjoying such a lead. Ahead of the Cunninghams, and Trundley and Morgan have made their way back into 3rd place. There's the Cunninghams, the yellow and black Porsche, so they're almost a lap behind. Let's head down to Ian in the pits, and I think we can find out what's happened to Freddie Ingram's car.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. As we can see, Freddie Ingram's car, unfortunately, it looks like it's terminal. He is down the back somewhere. I wonder if we can find him. Sorry, guys. Freddie, can I just borrow you for a very, very quick word, if that's all right? We are live, of course. Sadly, unfortunately, I've just seen the car be wheeled back into the pits. You know what the issue is?
No, not really. It just wouldn't go into gear when I was kind of at the pits. So.
Been a bit of a wild race, wasn't it, at times out there?
Yeah, I mean, don't know how I was doing, really. I think I was doing well. You know, that's what it is.
I think we're still trying to make sense of the timings. Well, look, I really appreciate you talking to us. I know it's not quite how you wanted to finish the race, but appreciate your time anyway.
No worries, mate.
Top man. Thanks, Freddie. Really appreciate that. Yeah, unfortunately, disappointment for Freddie Ingram. It looks like a retirement. Not too far to go to the end of the race now. Just have a little look, show you down the back of the pit lane here. There's all the work that continues on, but we are going to make our way up to Parc Ferme, where we'll catch up with the top 3 very shortly. But let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
So, and yes, clearly upset Freddie Ingram there. He was in contention for a trophy class victory. It looks like a transmission failure as he left the pits there, and he's out of the race. One of a large number of casualties in this one, unfortunately. Here's another of them. The Hayes Seat Leon Super Copa is taken back to the paddock. Just under 15 minutes of this race to go. Certainly has been a race of attrition for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Dean Burden almost a lap ahead of the field, with the Cunninghams in 2nd, just ahead of the Trundley and Morgan McLaren. Burden leads the GT class. The Challenge class is led by the Cunninghams. The Trophy class is now led by the 297 Ginetta of Carl Garnett and Finn Leslie. David May and Mark Skeets are in 4th place. Now the pit stop cycle has been completed. Julian McBride, number 67, is 5th in his BMW. Garnett and Leslie are 6th overall in the Ginetta. 7th, it's the number 17 Ginetta of Ashmore, Candler and Gilding. The Addisons in the Aston Martin are 8th. 9th is Matthew Bryers with Charlie Hollings, number 55 in their Porsche Cayman, and the Wilsons in the number 10 Ginetta round out the first 10. Still could all change though over the final few minutes of this race. And the leader is somewhere towards the back of this lineup at the moment. The black number 99. He's behind the Wheelers there. That's the white McLaren with the blue stripes. I think that's the 99 car just behind them. Stop-go penalty being given to the number 17 car. That's the 3-driver Ginetta. Yes, their pit stop was too short earlier on. Car 114 has been given a stop-go as well, but that car is now out of the race. Yes, number 17, a stop-go penalty for a short pit stop, 41 seconds. Have to serve the time that they were short on the pit stop as the safety car comes in, unleashes the pack, and we're racing once again here at Donington Park. 12.5 minutes of this Britcar Endurance Championship opener to go. Already pulling around the outside there, the Ginetta. I think that's Aidan Hills on board that car. Around the outside of a couple of BMWs. The leader is mired in all this traffic somewhere. There he is further back, the dark grey number 99 Porsche. There's the Cunninghams. They run in second place, pretty much a lap down on your race leader. There's Colin White, we just caught a glimpse of there. The Ginetta's going again after its drive shaft failure, but he's a number of laps down. Fastest lap of the race still with Jamie Falvey, but the Dallara now sadly out of the race. There's the 55, that's the other Porsche Cayman of Bryers and Hollings, and 95 in behind them, David Ward and Andy Cummings Ginetta that we saw have a spin at Redgate earlier on. Getting into the closing stages now. Many of these cars will just be aiming to get to the finish line, get points on the board ahead of round 2 coming up next month at Alton Park. The Celio and Anastasi cars back out there, about to be taken by the Cunninghams. Made an extra pit stop, the Ginetta. It's 6 laps down on the race leader. There's our leader, it's in there somewhere. There he is. The black Porsche coming in behind the white number 20 Cupra. Heard from Nick Hull earlier on that big moment he had down the Craner curves. Managed to gather it up and rejoin over the grass. Greg Saunders up the inside there, taking a couple of cars in one move. So car number 99 for Toro Verde GT. Dean Burden, Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. Continues to lead. He's got the Team Brit McLaren ahead of him there. About to put a lap on the number 68, Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan. Try to at least. It's down the inside into Redgate and goes through. So this Dean Burden's Porsche could yet win this race by a full lap. He continues at this pace. There's the number 118, they're in 4th place, David May and Mark Skeets. They've had a good run with their Ginetta. There's Team Brit's Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan. They're on for a podium. Second in the GT class behind Dean Burden. Cunningham's set to win the challenge class. It's the leader. The back marker turns in on him there. The Ginetta didn't see him coming, I don't think. Up the hill through McLean's and then up towards Coppice. Then the exhibition straights. There's Simon Clark, second of the McLarens. Now where's he in the order? Down in 14th place after his second stop. 9th in the GT category. The trophy class still being led by the 297 car of Garnett and Leslie. There it is, the green Ginetta by Alex Miller and Paul O'Neill. They're up for a class win at the moment in 6th position overall. They've had a largely trouble-free run so far. Less than 10 minutes to go now in the sunshine of Donington Park. Contrast that with the fog this morning. Over the line go the Cunninghams. 1 minute 25 seconds is the lead gap. There's the leader in the background. Over the line comes Dean Burden, in clear track for a change. Car number 69 has been given a stop-go penalty. Oh, that's Freddie Ingram, so he's already out of the race, fortunately. Must serve the minimum pit stop time, 129 seconds, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Short on that, you are penalised. The time you were short. One Porsche Cayman comes up to lap another. That's the 55 car running in 8th place. Peugeot 308 under fire from a couple of Ginettas there. The number 17 car I don't think has been in to serve its stop-go penalty as yet either. Only shown as having made 2 pit visits. 34 of Greg Saunders. He's in the top 3 during the pit stops at one point. In 15th place now. As the leading Porsche continues to try to sweep its way through the traffic past the number 47 Ginetta. You can't catch the similar car though, the similar Cayman. Towards the end now of what's been an attrition-filled opener for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Times confusing with all the safety cars. Leader's now completed 40 laps. 25 there, having a go at the 189 Aston Martin. I think they're laps apart. The race though together on track, yes they are a lap apart. Leader has now got past the 55. Six minutes of the race still to go. Lead gap has come down to 1 minute 17, but Cunningham's are not going to catch the Porsche of Dean Burton unless something major happens. He's flashing his lights there at the slower markers to get through. Past the Garnett and Leslie 297 Ginetta. They're leading the trophy category. Comfortably over the Wilsons, second in that class, and Archie Buttle in third. Challenge class. I think the Cunningham Porsche is the only car left running in that category now. Because Hull and Avery are down as being in the challenge class, but that's because the timing screen still says they're in their Porsche, I think. And all the other challenge runners are out of the race. GT class is led by Burden ahead of Trundley and Morgan and May and Skeets. There is the May and Skeets number 118 Ginetta. Running in third place, they're about 10 seconds behind Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan's McLaren. There's the number 20 car in 18th place. Cupra, Peugeot and McLaren together. That's the third place car overall, the McLaren. Looks like we're down to just 22 cars left running out of the 32 who started. Car number 8 has been given a stop-go penalty of 2 seconds. That's the Brisky Racing McLaren, the Wheeler family. Quite a few with short pit stops. Car 10, that's the Wilson family Ginetta. By Wise Racing with Velocity. Cruising in on the David May and Mark Skeets, number 118. Cunningham's are still pushing. They've just done a personal best lap, 1:31.453. Colin White still pushing on despite being a long way behind. 19 laps down after that drive shaft failure, having to be recovered. But he'll bounce back. Colin always does bounce back from a broken leg in a very nasty crash at Thruxton in the Ginetta Super Cup, I remember a few years ago. Go to Thruxton in May for the British Truck Racing Championship. What a festival that promises to be. Just a couple of laps left to go now then. Another stop-go penalty being issued. Yeah, the number 17. 41 seconds, they've not yet taken that penalty. Will be added on the time at the end of the race. So Dean Burden, number 99, heading for victory. He is an invitation runner in the GT class, so he won't pick up championship points. So maximum points in the GT category should go to the Team Brits McLaren, number 68, Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan. There's the other McLaren. Simon Clark, our leader at the back of this group. Leader heads down towards the Melbourne hairpin. He'll be coming through to start his final lap this time. So I hope he doesn't fall over any back markers here. Oh, and that's the Ligier off. That's at Coppice, I think. It's not been a happy debut for the Ligier for Ash Woodman. He's gone off in a cloud of dust. I think that's up at Coppice. Hard to see for the dust. Well, that will be a non-finish for the number 60 EDF Motorsports Ligier JS2R. Meanwhile, the leader now going into his final lap. He's on his last lap down the Craner curves. In what's been a at times confusing opener for the Britcar Endurance Championship with 4 safety car periods, a lot of action and incidents. Endurance racing at times can be all about survival. And this man timed it right with the pit stops. It's almost a full lap ahead of his opposition. Through the dust from that off Ash Woodman and Coppice. Just got to get through the Fogarty S's, the Melbourne Loop and Goddard's now to score his first Britcar victory. Out of the S's, down to the hairpin. Simon Clark's McLaren ahead of him. Dean Burden can take it easy here in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS, run by Toro Verde GT. Here he comes into Goddard's for the final time. The checkered flag will be awaiting him. And Dean Burden will take victory in the first Britcar Endurance Championship race of 2026. Crosses the line, takes the flag. Almost a full lap ahead of second place, the Cunninghams, who will win the challenge category. Top point scorers in the GT class will be Trundley and Morgan for Team Brits in third place. There they are across the line. They take third overall. David May and Mark Skeets will be fourth overall. Cunningham's just coming along the exhibition straight now. Rounding out the top 5 will be Julian McBride. A good consistent run from him in the BMW to take 5th place. There's May and Skeets over the line, a fine 4th. Here are the Cunninghams. Took the lead when the pole-sitting KTM went out at the end of the first lap. But in the pit stops, it was Burden who moved through to take the lead and pulled away from there. Mark and Peter Cunningham in the SG Racing Porsche take second place overall and win their class over a minute behind the winning Porsche. The trophy class has been won by Garnett and Leslie in the Ginetta G56 GTA for the Project 29-7 racing team. Paul O'Neill and Alex Miller will be very pleased with that indeed. He finished about 15.9 seconds ahead of the Wilsons, second in that category. Archie Buttle finishes third in trophy, down in 13th overall. David May and Mark Skeets third in the GT class, and in the challenge category, well, the Cunninghams the only finishers in the end, because Hull and Avery, while they're showing a second in challenge on the timing screen, I think that will be changed because of their change of car. The provisional result then, a win for Dean Burden in car number 99, the Porsche, completing 45 laps in a time 1 hour 30 minutes 31.926 seconds. Second went to number 32, Mark and Peter Cunningham in their Porsche, 1 minute 4.5 seconds down on the race winner. And third place and lapped Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan, car number 68, in their McLaren 570S GT4. David May and Mark Skeets the first Ginetta home in fourth. Julian McBride a steady run to a fine fifth place. Matthew Bryars and Charlie Hollings in sixth place in the second of the Porsche Caymans. Then Ashmore, Candler and Gilding were in seventh. That could be subject to change because they did not, according to my screen, come in to take that stop-go penalty, so that could be added on. Garnett and Leslie, an excellent win in the trophy class ahead of the Wilsons. Then the Addisons completing the top 10 overall. Sanders and Boardman 11th ahead of Simon Clark, Archie Buttle and Greg Saunders completing the top 14. By my reckoning, only 22 cars made it home to the checkered flag. 10 retirements in our Britcar season opener, a race full of incidents and action. Well done to Dean Burden, our race winner. Our class winners, the Cunninghams and Garnett and Leslie. Jamie Falvey, commiserations to him. The Dallara sadly letting him down, but he did get fastest lap of 1 minute 30.595. Still 3 races to come here at Donington this afternoon. Next up, it will be back to classic touring car action. We've got junior saloon cars to come as well. I think we can now head down to Parc Fermé.
Oh yes, welcome down everybody to Parc Fermé. We're still waiting for Dean Burden, the actual race winner, to come in, but Aaron Morgan is here in the 68 Britcar McLaren, and he's a very happy man indeed. But let's go over and see if we can grab a word with him and look at what it means. Aaron Morgan, I dream about days like this, and I bet you dream about them more, don't you?
Definitely, mate, definitely. Well, yeah, that was an absolutely crazy race, but we managed to pull through it. The team did an incredible job. So happy.
I can see it as well. Of course, your teammate Bobby, he'll be absolutely delighted, and family are all here today as well, aren't they?
Hayley's even. She's not in Thailand this weekend. She's here, and she's obviously been the lucky charm for this race. So we're over the moon. Can't believe it.
Congratulations. I'm so happy for you, mate. Well done. That is amazing stuff. Really good indeed. Our race winner, Dean Burden, has come in as well. Sorry, Anton, I'm going to move around a little bit. Let's keep going over, shall we? Because I want to grab a quick chat. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. Do you mind if I jump in first? You can have Aaron if you want. He's ready to go. Aaron's all ready to go. And look at this. How he gets. He's been no burden on anyone, has he, today? Let's see what we did there. Oh dear. I'm the only one laughing at my own joke there, Dean. I'm the only one laughing. I'll let you get your helmet off. Wow, what a brilliant stuff. What a eventful race, actually, wasn't it, indeed? But Dean, he kept a cool head throughout and takes the checkered flag. The first race win, of course, of 2026 for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Thank you, Claire. Dude, what does that mean to you?
I wasn't really sure where I was, to be honest with you. I've got no radio, so, and I've got a pit board, and I'm not quite. It's not
Do you think
yet.
sometimes that helps and just head down, go?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. Yeah, I wasn't fan of radio anyway, so.
It must have been quite a challenging race. A number of safety cars we had out.
Yeah, it was. It was difficult to know where you were, to be honest with you, by the end of it. Shame it's over. Doesn't feel like it's been an hour and a half. Like I said, I think most of it's been in a safety car, isn't it?
Time flies when you're having fun, though, right? Congratulations, Dean. You've got
Thanks a
the
lot.
first race win for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Did I? Ignore it. Don't worry, that's fine. Into this year, anyway. Let's head on over because I think we've got. I think it's Mark. Is it Mark in the last? Mark last stint. Yeah, well done, buddy. Look. P2 must be delighted with that. Are you happy?
I think we got done by safety cars today, as everybody did. I mean, it was a race of safety car more than race, but I think we've just somehow lost out there. I think we should have had the pace to win that today.
So a little bittersweet. Maybe.
Yeah, I it's really, I shouldn't be, because really we are absolutely ecstatic. I mean, I will take that 110% and we're chuffed to bits. I think it was just, I think a win, our first Britcar win overall would have been on the cards today.
Yes.
And I think that's the bitter pill.
It must be difficult to judge for yourself, Peter, and the team with the amount of safety cars. When's the right time to pit? Quite a confusing race, I imagine, and probably even harder behind the wheel.
I mean, I honestly, when we left the pits on that last stint, it was literally get the two cars in front, you're in the lead. So I did that on that lap. went banzai, and then they come on the radio and go, maybe not, and it was like, oh well, that's life. But it was a good race.
I think when this settles in, there might be a bit, we could have won it, but P2's pretty good result.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I sound probably bitter at the moment. I just think it was because it was so close for us. It would have been our first overall Britcar win.
Do you know what? You start the year with a nice pot.
Absolutely. I'll take that.
Top man. Thanks for talking to us. Well done. Congratulations again. Right, stay with us a little bit longer. Sorry, I'm going to do this to you all day, all weekend, Anton. I'm really afraid. Let's keep moving along because we've got Bobby Trundley has joined Aaron Morgan here as well, and somebody else who is here as well. Sorry, Ben. Sorry, I'm coming through. We'll just let the photos go because look who we've got here. Hayley, come here. Hayley Morgan, Aaron's sister. You've come all the way from Thailand, haven't you, for this?
All the way from Thailand just to come to Donington, yes.
You must be very proud, right?
I'm
proud
so
sister.
proud of him. He smashed it. They both did great.
Mate, you have to come to more races then. You're obviously the lucky charm,
I am
right?
the lucky charm. Yeah, that's me.
Best have a safe flight when you go home, won't you? It's great to see you again. Sorry, mate, for getting in the way. Bobby, let me grab a word with you as well. Congratulations. What a great result.
Yeah, brilliant result. Great to be back in the McLaren again, and back with my old mate Aaron. The boys are back in town clearly, and it shows.
The boys are back in town. I like the sound of that. Listen, it was quite a eventful race, shall we say?
Yeah, a bit too many safety cars for my liking, but we had a great battle with the Cayman at the start. He kept me really honest, and obviously how the race played out. But Aaron did an amazing job to get us third overall. I wasn't expecting that, so
I guess a lot of credit must go to the team as well for making the right calls at the right time.
100%. The team have done an absolutely fantastic job this year with the car and everything. The work that the guys and girls do is just unbelievable. So without them, we would not be here where we are today.
Well, congratulations, great way to start the season. Hey, the boys are back in town. Yes, they are indeed. Let's have a quick chat. We spoke a little bit earlier. How was it? How did it end for you?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd got held up behind that Aston Martin a bit.
Yeah.
But no, once I got some clear air, I just pushed on and it was a good race. So first race of the season for myself and my co-driver. So
And satisfactory?
Yeah, I think so. I think people have just forgotten how to race out there. But a good weekend, the sun's shining. So.
And you're still smiling.
That's it.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Let's move over here, and we've got a little bit of time here, so let's keep going on. Classic touring cars coming up a little bit. We've got the Army boys. We didn't actually get a chance to catch up with them a little bit later, but great to have you on the grid. Have you enjoyed your day?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, the opportunity to come and represent the Army and what we do and show we're a strong competitive team is fantastic. Yeah, it's just great to be out racing the car. What a fantastic opportunity we've been provided with to be here in Britcar. Yeah.
I've been told, little birdie tells me as well, that you guys are actually on duty today as well. Is that right?
We certainly are, yeah. This is a
so
working
you could have
day.
been called away at any moment.
Yeah. So obviously insurance, all that sort of thing, we're classed as still working for the Army. These are just some of the opportunities you get for being in the Army. Any sport you can think of, we probably do it. So there you are.
Well, tell us more about the team in general, because I've actually done some work with you guys before. How did the team come about? How does it work? How do people get involved?
So Army Motorsport has been around since the 50s. The sports car racing team only the last 15 to 20 years, I believe. We've got all sorts of disciplines under the Army Motorsport banner. So we've got bikes, go-karts, rallying, all sorts of disciplines. And the sports cars, we've got the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which we race in under the 750 Motor Club. I also race my own Citroen C1 in the C1 Racing Club, so we're going to do the 24-hour this year. And this is our big venture this year, coming into full-time GT.
So does this mean you're sticking around for the entire season?
We certainly are.
Great to have you along. Thanks so much for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the season. Great to see you guys again as well. A fantastic addition to the series as well. We've got Chris here as well. Let's just jump in. Chris, it was quite an eventful race. I saw the car going slow at one point.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think Matthew, the car owner, thanks to him for sharing the drive with me this weekend, just had a car spin in front of him, so he had to take evasive action. So it's damaged the front bumper. But that side, yeah, good race. Busy.
Yes.
Safety car driver was kept busy. So yeah. No, brilliant weekend and great weather, great series. So
you're still smiling. That's what matters.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nice one.
Good to see you again, Chris. Thanks for talking to us. Right, I can hear the roar of classic touring cars as they make their way out onto the circuit. The Pre-93s, the 03s, the Boss, the Thunder, and historic Thunder. Claire, it's great to see Claire as well. It's great to be back for the Britcar Endurance Championship. I'm going to have to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. We have 3 more races to go. It is going to be a corker. Let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. See you soon.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Cars just leaving the assembly area for our next race. 15 minutes for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Now, in this next race, as Ian's just told you, we've got 5 different championships on this grid. And to make it even more confusing, some drivers are scoring points in 2 of them at the same time. We have got the Trackhub.UK Pre-93 touring cars, the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars, Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons for everything Ford, PRG Traders Classic Thunder Saloons, and Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloons for the older cars. For now, we're just going to call the action and we'll go to who's doing what a little bit later on. Let's have a look at the grid then. This is a big grid. 34 Dave Farrow on pole in his V8 engine BMW 1 Series, and young Joe Collier's M3 alongside number 223. Second row 133, Kevin Clark. There's no introduction to regular racegoers with his 1 Series alongside Jazz Sapra in his M3. So all BMWs at the front. Row 3, Mike Cutt in his M3. Number 144 and number 18 Andy Robinson with the gorgeous Ford Falcon V8 supercar from Australia. Row 4 Colin Voice with his familiar Mark 1 Escort alongside Giuseppe Calari, the Italian, in his BMW M3. Row 5 is Mike Manning in the Eggenberger replica Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500, the Welshman alongside number 1 Ian Bauer, the current holder of 2 titles. He's a reigning Classic Thunder and Pre-93 champion, and in this race is scoring points in both. Row 6, number 7 Kevin Denwood with his modified BMW E46 Compact alongside 91 Oliver Owen. He's in an M3. Row 7, 330 Anton Martin with his BMW. His is an E46 M3. Lining up alongside 169 Ross Craig with his Honda Civic Type R. The majority of the cars towards the front are classic and historic Thunder Saloons, with the 93s, 03s and Boss Blue Oval Saloon Series cars further back. Row 8, so we'll wait to see if Matthew Sanders is there because he was in the previous race with his BMW M3 alongside 95 Kevin Willis. Row 9, 27 Martin Reynolds with his Mark II Escort alongside 427 Andy Wilson in the Mercedes C63 Thunder Saloon with a 6.3 litre V8 in it. That's from the European Superstars series that raced about 20 years ago. On the 10th row, Sam Daffin with his rear-wheel drive Ford Fiesta alongside Cam Tunio with his Honda Civic. Row 11, 44 Melvin Hooker in the gorgeous Jaguar XJS Bob Tullius Group 44 replica alongside number 15, welcome back Stephen Primetz, the multiple Pre-83 touring car champion, now racing in the Blue Oval Series with his famous Mark 1 Escort. Row 12, number 9, Graham Myers with a BMW alongside 501 Michael Keneally with a Fiesta. Row 13, number 89, Tim Tomlin's BMW, and 94, David Cave, the reigning Pre-03 touring car champion with his BMW 328. Row 14, number 14 is Daniel Gandesha, and 75 Michael Rudge with his Fiesta XR2. Row 15, Todd Hawkins Fiesta ST150, and the similar machine of number 70, William Hunt. 3 rows beyond that, number 12, Chris Brown, is on row 16. He's in a Fiesta XR2 as well, a heavily modified one, alongside Simon Hutt, the ex-hot rod racer on the short ovals with his BMW Z4. Row 17 we will have number 58 Mark Finney with his Vauxhall Astra GTE. Hopefully we'll have number 36 Sean Morris, his BMW M3. He had problems in qualifying, as did the 2 cars which we'll hopefully see on the back row. AJ Owen, the former Pre 03 champion, now in Classic Thunder with his Honda Civic, and Guillaume Lemaire, the Frenchman, in his BMW, hopefully is there at the back, but he missed qualifying, so we'll wait to see if he does appear. AJ Owen and Sean Morris had trouble in qualifying as well. There'll be a rolling start, with a lot of these cars not geared for standing starts, and watch for Dave Farrow in the EDF Motorsport Run BMW 1 Series. Fast but fragile, that's a V8 engine beast. Just look at the size of this grid, look at the quality of this grid as well. Some fantastic cars out there. BMW's the numerically dominant. There's Andy Wilson, that awesome Mercedes C63. I believe that car was raced in period by Vitantonio Liuzzi, who went on to race in Formula 1. I think Johnny Herbert may have driven that car as well at some point as well. Fantastic pedigree some of these cars have. There's Stephen Primmett, the white Mark 1 Escort. He's won the Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship something like a dozen times over the years. But now in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, he's modified that car. He raced in another championship last year away from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, but he is back, and back with a vengeance. Alongside Dave Farrow is young Joe Collier, number 223, racing in Classic Thunder with his BMW M3. His father Simon should have been out there as well. I'm not sure if Simon is out there actually. The 224, didn't see his name on the grid sheets. Simon, an ex-Bangor racer with the Barton Boys race team from Barton and under Needwood. Used to watch him at Hensford Raceway in my youth. Jazz Sapra can never be discounted, number 40 in one of his collection of BMWs, the blue car there on the second row, alongside Kevin Clark, another name I used to watch on the short ovals, used to race in Eurocar, among other things. Mike Cutt in 144, Andy Robinson with those menacing yellow headlamps on his Ford Falcon V8 supercar from Australia. There's so many brilliant cars in this huge field. I'm really looking forward to this. Classic Thunder Saloons plus support. We are about to be thunderstruck here at Donington Park. Andy Robinson, number 18. Look at those yellow headlamps. You'd get out of his way on a dark night, wouldn't you? Grid forms up then for a rolling start. This will be a 15-minute race. Pre-93, 03, Boss, Classic Thunder and Historic Thunder, all on the same grid of over 30 cars here at Donington Park. Red lights go out now, and we are underway. The power comes on. Oh, and already a tangle. Ross Craig and Andy Wilson have tangled up. Hopefully everybody's going to miss them. The Mercedes stranded across the track. Ross Craig spins back across. He collects Kevin Willis there. Thankfully, everybody missed that Mercedes that's right across the middle of the track. That was a scary moment for everybody involved. Kevin Willis pulls off. Ross Craig out of his car. Andy Wilson getting out of his way. And thankfully, everybody escaped that without serious damage. Sam Daffin I saw on the grass as well. Surely the safety car is going to have to be scrambled here. But the race goes on. Everybody 4 wide down the Craner curves. You can't do that. I think that was Melvin Hooker's Jaguar possibly slowing up there that caused that. Giuseppe Calari's dropped back as well in his M3, the Italian Tricolore liveried car. So who's leading? I think it's Kevin Clark in the number 133 car. After all that mayhem. Yeah, the leader's heading into the exhibition straights, the black and orange car of Kevin Clark, who has the early lead. There's Colin Voice trying to make a move in the Mark 1 Escort. David Farrow is second, Jazz Sapra third. I think it's Oliver Owen in fourth. Joe Collier's dropped back from second on the grid to fifth, but surely the safety car is going to be scrambled. I can see a yellow flag waving just on the far left of the picture there. David Farrow attacking for the lead, though, meanwhile. At the inside on Kevin Clark, I think they made contact there going into the Melbourne Loop. Yeah, safety car confirmed. But did the leaders make contact there going into the Melbourne Hairpin? It was just out of our sight there. Did Clark and Farrow continue? So the field slows down. There's the reason for the safety car. Andy Robinson into the pit lane in a cloud of smoke, so something's happened to the Ford Falcon. And they're all bottled up here, trying to slow for the safety car. It's Jazz Sapra who's emerged in the lead. There's damage to Kevin Clark's car. You can see the tyre rubbing against the wheel arch, so he was hit by David Farrow. So, what's the order? Well, Jazz Sapra leading. It's 144. That's Mike Cutt in second, but Kevin Clark goes back ahead of him. They're trying to establish themselves into the order that they were in when the safety car was first scrambled, but in fact the red flag has now come out. Race has been stopped. Well, with so many cars close together off the line, that turned into carnage there off the grid. And further round the lap. And now they've got to sort themselves out and get ready for a restart. See that Guillaume Mer is out there, the Frenchman in his BMW. He missed qualifying. There's a clear up needed on the home straight. Ross Craig's Honda Civic got spun around and was collected by Andy Wilson, the big Mercedes, ending up across the track. It was a miracle that nobody T-boned him. There's the Mercedes. Big Andy Wilson gets out. That's a great shame, one of the star cars on this grid. Ross Craig's Honda Civic in the black and white, almost camouflage livery. His father Ian Craig, a BMW racer of some repute. The other car involved was Kevin Willis in the yellow M3. He got collected. He was pulled into the pit lane exit. Mark Finney's Vauxhall Astra has stopped there as well in the background. We saw Andy Robinson in the Aussie V8 supercar pull into the pits in a cloud of smoke. The leaders made contact as the safety car was being scrambled down into the Melbourne Loop. So under the red flags here at Donington Park, with a pile-up off the grid in our combined classic touring car racing club event. Appears that all the drivers are okay. The safety car has stopped the field at Goddard's, while the three cars are cleared from alongside the grid. Andy Wilson's Mercedes, Ross Craig's Honda, Mark Finney's Astra, and of course Kevin Willis's BMW as well. And we'll be back underway just as soon as the track is clear. Possibly one reason that incident occurred. I don't think it was anyone's fault as such, but Andy Wilson was quite a way down the grid because he only managed a couple of laps in qualifying. He had problems early in the session. Because he was further down the grid, there were slower cars up ahead of him and he just couldn't quite get through.
Did they? Yeah.
Now we see the marshals at work. Mercedes is on the flatbed. It's European Superstars machine. Big V8 engine touring cars. I think they did visit Donington in period, mostly based in Italy. The Superstars series and Germany. No, Germany had the V8 Star series as well, didn't they?
Let me check my location is correct. This is well, yeah, if you're probably in Spain or something. Oh, hang on, yeah, no, I haven't. However.
Still this race plus 2 more scheduled today. We'll keep you abreast of any alterations to the timetable.
That'd be wide. Yeah, I was going to go over to the hairpin, shoot the Donington sign with the sun in the background. Why are we going to do that? Because it looked nice. Yeah, but it's going to be dark. Oh, no, it wouldn't have been if the race was
the Junior Saloon Cars for their first race of the weekend. First of 3 races for them this weekend, and after that the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars.
Did you actually get the start?
Jonathan Corker in his little Datsun defending the title there.
What happens to the Falcon? Because he said the Falcon's out as well. Oh. They came round. Oh.
Technical drivers are okay down there.
That's cool, by the way, you got a flame like that Falcon.
The clerk of the course inspecting matters. As the Mercedes is stretchered back to the paddock. That's end of play for Andy Wilson, who's raced in the big Holden Monaro in Classic Thunder, of course, before acquiring this Mercedes last year. I've seen him in special saloons as well. One time he competed in the DAF V8. Yes, a DAF Variomatic with a V8 Cosworth engine in it. 70 special saloons, you could race absolutely anything you wanted. 6 Tony Hazelwood car. Marshals wait to grid the cars up again. We've got to clear Ross Craig's Honda first of all. He's a leading contender for the Pre-03 Championship this year.
This is his first time back out.
Well, with David Cave, possibly Cam Tunio as well, but the Pre-03 is a bit depleted this weekend. Will Redford was a late withdrawal with his Honda Civic ahead of this event. No Chris Bassett with his Peugeot 306. The Pre-03 is rather wide open now that their favourite Ross Craig has gone.
And the E46 as well, the Anspeed E46 was a bit of it's not there. Oh no, what a shame. Oh.
So Jazz Sapra had just taken the lead at the time of the safety car coming out, but then the red flag subsequently coming out, I suspect, with a lap having not been completed. We will go back to the original grid order.
First race of the season and they're all crashing in. So I walked over.
Nothing on the timing screen yet to suggest a length of restart.
One of the Leons was backwards in the wall out the other side. I was like, how the hell did that happen? Oh, one of the cars spun it round. Huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it looked like it was a bit of a carnage on that one.
Yeah. And then the KTM, because obviously they started instant safety car. Yeah, in the pit lane. Yeah. He hit the pit entrance.
Checking to see if there'd been any amendments to our earlier race results. I don't think there has.
When I looked out the window, his back end was on the hill.
Now the cars making their way forward. They are being gridded by the look of things in the original grid order. David Farrow on the pole in the V8 engine BMW 1 Series. It will be a 10-minute restart. We've just been told by the timekeepers. So it will be a 10-minute restart.
I saw something GT Cup last year, the practice. There was an unliveried Mercedes AMG GT3.
Rick McLeod says thank you for the coverage.
Here, yeah, he clipped. You know, you got like the rubble strips.
The sun beginning to set here at Donington. I do remember at the end of the 2023 season, the finale for the Jaguar Championship took place in October in near darkness. And a fantastic race it was as well, quite surreal.
So it's like those walls, the red and white walls. It's like they're allowed to leave. Boy, you think no one really spin there.
Of course, there is a chance that if we run into darkness, one or two races might be bumped to tomorrow's programme, but we will keep you. That's not confirmed, of course, that's just speculation, but if that does happen, we'll let you know.
What do you mean?
Well, where it goes from pit wall to Arnsbury.
So Ross Craig's Honda requiring a lift from the telehandler.
You know, but if you walk past, it's got all the stickers, it's got all the red signs.
Callum says, watching this on my sim rig.
Yeah, you can walk through it. You can, like, if you do in the pit lane. Or
Planning to join the BARC as a driver someday, Callum, perhaps?
Oh, no.
So Dave Farrow in the BMW 1 Series V8 on pole. The white car with the yellow and red flashes. The white and blue BMW of Joe Collier alongside him. The second row will have Kevin Clark, who picked up that bit of damage in contact with David Farrow on the opening lap of the first running. The black and orange Intersport BMW. Jazz Sapra's blue and black M3, the newer model, will be alongside him. Row 3 will have Mike Cutt in the red M3, has been racing in the Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship for many years, based at Croft. We won't have Andy Robinson, he's pulled into the pits.
I sprint walked all the way down to there and managed to make it down to turn 2 just as they were coming past. So you can, it's quite a quick way for you to be able to get from the grid to here rather than walking through the pit garage, walking all the way down this way. And this is going to be a big penalty. Behind the trees, and then there goes my cool shot of the sun with the Donington Park. There we go. So I just got now.
What I don't get is just crank it. You know what I mean? I'm going to find that photo.
Okay.
Because that's going to annoy me.
I might go to my spot that I was going to do for the last race. I might go now. Start touching a bit if I don't see you.
I'll be here tomorrow.
Are you tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's
Of course you're staying over,
4:30 start this morning.
Yeah. Cool, I forgot you were staying over. So, I may or may not see you.
Yeah, no, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, cool. See you tomorrow.
I no idea.
Oh, you deleted it?
Maybe. Danny, good news. It's on there.
Classes in the Steve Soper lookalike, the Eggenberger Sierra. I have memories of that car battling with Andy Rouse in the late 80s in BTCC. Alongside Mike Manning is the number 1 car of Ian Bauer, that's the Castrol M3. Holder of the Pre-93 and Classic Thunder titles, a phenomenal season he had last year. Looking to defend those this year. Very deserving of the number 1. Just moving into line there, Chris Brown in that very modified Fiesta XR2 there, the number 12, towards the back of the field. Last couple of cars just moving into line. Let's have a look back at the initial rolling start. Watch for the Mercedes of Andy Wilson. He tries to get down the left. He collided with Kevin Willis. I don't think Kevin realised he was there. That took out Ross Craig, who then spun back across and then collected Willis again. So Kevin Willis got hit twice. It was a miracle nobody T-boned Andy Wilson or collected Ross Craig as he spun back across the pack. that could have been a lot worse. Well done to all the drivers there avoiding action there. Yeah, it was Andy Wilson trying to get down the left-hand side from the rolling start, and Kevin Willis, I don't think realised he was there. I don't think any blame can be apportioned there. So the last few cars are now into line. It'll be a rolling start behind the pace car. Over 10 minutes once the recovery vehicles are clear. Doors open on a few of these cars to some ventilation. It's pretty warm here at Donington. The number 15 door there, that's Stephen Primetz, the multiple pre-83 Group 1 touring car champion, trying something different this year in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. He's won the Classic Thunder Championship in the past as well. Something like 14 titles with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club over the years. Martin Reynolds, number 27 out there as well with his Mark II Escort, one of his collection of classic Fords based over in Norfolk. Got a Mach 1 Mustang, an Anglia and several others as well. Runs a construction business based over in Norfolk. We don't have AJ Owen, his Honda Civic unfortunately packed up in qualifying. Guillaume Lemaire, the Frenchman, is there with his BMW number 97 at the back of the field. Mark Reed says a big shout out to all of the marshals. I'll be joining them at trackside for my first meeting of the year next weekend at Donington. Fair play to you, Mark. Hi to Formula Finn. Multi-hobby man says, good to have the live streams back, keep me company in the garage at home while building my projects. Maybe we'll see him on track in one of his projects someday, who knows. Callum says, yes, I competed in the JSCC E-Series last year. Nice one, Callum. That's what you use the sim rig for. Charlie Bass says, here at Donington tomorrow as a marshal. Quite a few of the JSCC fans are waiting. Plenty of people cheering on newcomer Zane Quaker. He's going to be making his JSCC debut in our next scheduled race. That's a George Penlington. Jackie says, is Chris Brown from ATW on the grid? Yes, he is. The number 12, very modified Mark II Fiesta XR2. He's towards the back. Polo Boo 911 says, shout out to Will Hunt, my groomsman at my upcoming wedding. Oh, best of luck with that. Yes, Will's on the grid in his Ford Fiesta. Yes, lots of supporters of Zane Quaker, hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who will be out in the next race for the JSCC making his debut. Lots of support for him on the stream. I'll introduce the Junior Saloon cars coming up next. But the hooter has gone, so we're just about ready for a restart with our very varied grid. A reminder of the championships we've got out there. The PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloon Championship, the Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloon Championship, the Track Hub UK Pre-93 Touring Cars, the Pre-03 Touring Cars sponsored by Bertie Haulage, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, all on one grid. So away they go on the rolling lap in the sunset here at Donington Park. There's Joe Collier from Swadlincote in Staffordshire, alongside our pole sitter David Farrow. Now that BMW 1 Series, it's very rapid as he proved in qualifying, but it's pretty fragile, that car. 0.2 of a second quicker than Joe Collier in the qualifying session. They're both in the Classic Thunder Saloons, as are the majority of the BMWs out there. Colin Voice is in Historic Thunder with the Escort. Martin Reynolds is in both Historic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series, just to confuse things a little more. There's a few drivers in both Pre-93 and Blue Oval as well. We just saw Chris Brown's highly modified Fiesta there. There is the BMW of number 14, that's Daniel Gandisha, new paint scheme for him this year. The old Works BMW colours, as seen in British touring cars in the past. Racing in the orange Jägermeister colours last year, if memory serves me correctly. There is a Jägermeister car out there as well. I think that's Graham Myers in the orange car. Just behind him on the grid is Tim Tomlin. I think Tim Tomlin's in what might be Giuseppe Calari's old car with the Italian flag colours. That was the reason for a bit of confusion earlier. Giuseppe's in the grey and yellow car further up the grid. Samuel UK says, yeah, get your sunglasses out during this race in the sunset. Right, to CTM 153. Glyn Collins will be marshalling here at Donington tomorrow. Hello to you, Glyn. Bailey Moss 04 says, come on, Dave Farrow, our pole sitter. Mark Finney in the Astra. Simon Hutt as well. Remember him racing in the Lightning Rods formula on the short ovals, as well as National Hot Rods, in the orange BMW Z4 towards the back of the grid. Big BMWs towards the front. That's Sapra's car, certainly an aggressive looking machine, isn't it? Anton Martin, number 330 with his BMW. He's a Ford man as well. Race about to get underway. Clock will start counting down once the red lights go out on the gantry. Pace car pulls into pit lane. David Farrow and Joe Collier to lead them off, keeping it steady at the moment. The red lights are still on. They go out now and we're underway. 10-minute sprint then here at Donington. Look at Jazz Sapra straight through the middle. He anticipated the start perfectly and takes the lead into Redgate for the first time. Jazz Sapra leads. Not a great start by Dave Farrow, and Kevin Clark trying to close him down despite the bit of damage to the back of his BMW. Joe Collier runs wide on the first corner. Now, are they all going to make it round Redgates? Out of the sunset they come. Oh, we've got two cars off. Simon Hutt is one of them. Daniel Gandesha is the other. Now, are they far enough off so we won't see the safety car come out? Ian Bauer didn't make the best of starts there in the number one. He's dropped back a little. The rest of the pack makes its way through. There's that beautiful Jaguar XJS of number 44, Melvin Hooker. I can tell that's one of my favourite cars out there this weekend. Number 75, Michael Rudge, beautifully turned out Ford Fiesta, as the pack makes its way up towards Coppice for the first time. Kevin Denwood, the number 7 there, the BMW Compact, trying to make a move on the Texaco Sierra of Mike Manning. Establish the positions as they come round to complete the opening lap. But yes, the safety car is being scrambled. Joe Collier's had some contact somewhere. Look at the bonnet on his car flapping about. The safety car is going to come out. Collier, I think, has slowed up there. David Farrow went by him. It's Jazz Sapra with the lead, ahead of Kevin Clark. Farrow in third. Collier is fourth. The safety car is out again with those cars off at Redgate. There's the reason for number 14 of Daniel Gandesha, are in the old factory BMW colours with the M stripe. Now the car is okay, and Simon Hutt just walking across in the background off as well in the Z4, and he does not look happy at all. Anybody else involved there? Doesn't look like it. See if any cars don't come round on the timing screen. No, nobody else involved there because the other cars listed at the bottom of the timing screen didn't take the initial start. Let's have a look again there towards the back of the field. Yes, there's the tangle. Straight on they go into the gravel. Looks like Gandesha may have missed his braking point there, possibly. He was at very high speed coming into Redgate. Side skirts come off the M3. But for some of these drivers, particularly the Blue Oval Saloon drivers, after 12 months ago here at Donington, they will be just to be glad that the sun is out, because their race was in horrifically wet conditions last year. Jazz Sapra, your leader. The order is Sapra from Kevin Clark, Joe Collier in third, David Farrow in fourth. So David Farrow was given that place back to Joe Collier. He took him just as the safety car was being declared. Mike Cutt is fifth in his M3. Sixth, it is Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort. Then Oliver Owen seventh. Oliver Owen is leading the Pre-93 touring cars, as he's racing in both Pre-93 and Classic Thunder. Historic Thunder's being led by Colin Voice. The top five, the BMWs, are all in Classic Thunder. Who's leading the Blue Oval Saloons? Mike Manning's Sierra. Martin Reynolds is second of the Blue Oval as the yellow and white Escort. Pre-03 is being led by Cam Tunio in the Honda Civic. There's Simon Hutt's BMW. Nice headgear from our Marshall. Love that choice of headgear. Nice one from one of our Orange family. David Farrow's 1 Series. Wouldn't have believed you could fit a V8 engine in one of those, so full credit to EDF Motorsport for that. See another lap under the safety car at least here, so it'll be a sprint for the line. Might even be a 1-lap sprint at the end of this. Scalextric logo on the back of Simon Hutt's car. Which classic touring car racing club car would you like to own in Scalextric form? Less than 4 minutes to go. Right to Rhys Collier, cheering on his brother Joe in the BMW. Right to Rapid Scorpion, aka Scott Budwis, fellow commentator, says probably one of the Super Tourers he wants in Scalextric form. I had a Super Touring Scalextric set when I was younger. It was Paul Radisic's Mondeo and a Team Dynamics BMW in the colours of somebody called Matthew Neal. Whatever happened to him? Low Note Music says BTCC Laguna. Good choice. I think I'd quite like Andy Robinson's either Andy Robinson's V8 supercar or Mel Hooker's Jaguar XJS. I think the ones I would like. And there's Simon Hutt's Space Frame BMW. Look at the state of that. Contact from Daniel Gandesha has wiped out the suspension on the right front. Certainly need a PRG trailer to take that home. Hopefully Simon can repair that for tomorrow's race. If it is one of the Space Frame silhouette cars, which I think that is, may not have the parts needed to repair that, unfortunately. That could be the end of Simon's weekend. Samuel says a bit too much camber on that BMW. Great shame for Simon. we will see him back out tomorrow carrying the colours of CNC Heads there as well, competes in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons, mainly at Alton Park. Safety car is still out at the moment. There's our marshal with the snazzy headgear. Fair play to all the Orange family. We mentioned Andrew Willis earlier on, he of Special Saloons fame. Well, he's watching today, he's just been in touch, said, "Would love to be there, but still building the Triplex Capri." Yep, through his classic restoration business, he's restoring the ex-Jerry Marshall Capri. Can you say hello to my girlfriend Terry, who is trackside watching? Yes, Terry made her racing debut on Boxing Day in an E30 in a BMW E30, not an M3. And that car was rebuilt to do the second race, and she completed her first circuit race. So fair play, Terry. It looks like, unfortunately, we are going to finish under the safety car. There's less than a minute left on the clock. The countdown is going to reach 0, and it is going to be, by the look of things, a win for Jasver Sapra almost by default. Let's wait for the cars to come round to conclude the distance. Well done to all the Orange Army today, says Johnny Main. Yeah, they've certainly earned their keep today. Andy Cleaver says, watching at home today, we'll be there tomorrow. Yes, we want to see you at trackside. Watch from trackside and watch the stream at the same time, as a few people are doing today. So the clock has counted down to 0. We are going to finish under safety car in our mixed grid of Classic Touring Car Racing Club Championships. It's going to be an overall win for Jasper Sapra in the BMW. We'll work out the individual class winners as well. Sapra will win the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons. And this result will set the grid for race 2 tomorrow as well, so it's going to be a rather jumbled grid with a number of retirements. Multi-Hobbyman says, I own a Martin Reynolds Anglia scale electric car. Martin in his Escort this weekend, of course. So the safety car leads them. In fact, they're going to take the checkered flag in the pit lane. There is the checkered flag. So Jazz Sapra takes the win under safety car. He wins the Classic Thunder Saloon split, ahead of Kevin Clark and Joe Collier. Historic Thunder will be won by Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort. Pre-93, that will go to Oliver Owen, number 91, in 7th overall with his BMW. Blue Oval Saloons goes to Mike Manning in the Sierra Cosworth in 10th overall, and the pre-03s will go to Cam Tunio, number 5, in his Honda Civic. He's 14th overall. Cars head into Parc Ferme. Confusingly, Oliver Owen is listed as not finishing and finishing in 7th place because he's scoring in 2 championships. Anyway, we've given you the race, the championship race winners, so let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, well, we are in Parc Ferme, everybody. Of course, Jas Sapra does take first place. Perhaps not quite how he would like to do it, but they all count at the end of the day. Jas, I was just saying there, perhaps not quite the way you want to do it, but they all count, right?
No, not really, mate. It was a bit of a hectic. This was a hectic race, this was, mate. I tell you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never raced like that before. That many safety. But there again, you know, it was just got what 3 laps in, did we?
Yeah, about 2.5. I think.
Yeah, it wasn't really a race, was it? But
no, but it's classified and you're in first place. And
yeah, I know.
Isn't it? It's one to notch on.
A lot of cars got damaged out there as well.
Yeah,
It's not very good, but never mind. It is what it is.
But anyway, it's good to see you back,
mate,
Jas.
and
Anyway,
you,
what else are you doing this year? Where else are we going to see you?
We'll see. We might do a bit of a CSC and stuff like that. Yeah. You might do the odd Britcar around as well.
Top man, hope to see Brian
Okay.
back as well
Yeah,
soon.
and he will,
Top man, good stuff indeed. Let's just jump over here a sec, shall we? Have a quick chat with Joe. Joe, we can have a quick chat. How are we doing, Joe? All right, it's good to see you. Perhaps not quite the way you were hoping for the race to pan out, but at the end of the day, it is a P3, whichever way you look at it.
Not so many laps got in, but yeah, it's been a tyre wall action. Look.
Oh yeah, there is. I don't know if you're happy for us to show that?
Yeah,
because we're going to do it anyway.
It looks dead good. New go faster stripes on it. So
it does look cool, doesn't it? It looks like when you get a black eye, but you go in looking really cool.
Yeah, we'll be back racing tomorrow, so it's only cosmetic in it, but
excellent stuff. Thanks for talking to us,
Thank
mate.
you. Cheers.
Hoping to get a full racing tomorrow anyway. Right, let's move around a little bit, see who else we can find to have a quick chat with over here. Let's just have a jump in for a very quick chat, shall we? That was a little bit a bit of a wild race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was quite a wild race there. A few accidents on the start, the restart, and then obviously safety car finish. Could you call it a race? It wasn't really a race, but obviously we've got to take them as they come. So I enjoyed it. It's my first time out with the club. I quite enjoyed it.
It'll be classified bets. The good thing is, tomorrow we're back at it again.
It's another day. Tomorrow's another day.
Good. Look, I hope you enjoy it more tomorrow.
you.
Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Yes, of course, the Pre-93s, the 03s, the Boss Thunder and Historic Thunder back in action tomorrow. Fingers crossed we'll get a full race. And when we do, boy, oh boy, these are something special indeed. Right, we do have another race coming up for you today, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They're about to get underway. I caught up with a couple of drivers a little bit earlier. Let's hear from them now. Right, here we go. Almost time for the first race of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship 2026. Last year, Martin Wright was the scholarship winner. What did you learn last season, Martin? What was the big thing that you learned from last year that you're going to bring into this year in the Junior Saloon Car Championship?
I learned probably a lot about the racecraft in this last season. And just the fact that reliability is really key. So I've actually had a change of team this season.
I was going to say, I've never seen you race in blue before, but it looks good on you.
Yeah.
So what's the expectation? And you've already gone, if I'm looking at this, you're starting lining up 5th. That's probably your best qualifier, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
So what's the expectation this season? You're going to mount a challenge, do you think?
Yeah, hopefully move up, challenge for some podiums, you know.
Good man. Look, Martin, thank you. Best of luck. Great to see you again, by the way. It's going to be difficult, though, because this man over here, Ollie Smith, he went very well in the championship last season. I can see him. He's trying to ignore me. He don't want to talk to me. But because of that, Ollie Smith, over you come. He's doing everything he can to not talk to me. So we're going to make this a really long interview. Look, last season was a very good season for you. This year, we're going for the top spot, right?
100%, yeah.
Well, you've made a perfect start of it, pole position. What are you bringing into this season from last season that you learn, and what are you going to change?
A lot about the car, really. This year it's more on just getting my head down, getting the results that we want, and then going for the championship.
How much fun is it, by the way, racing in Junior Saloon Car Championship?
A lot of fun, especially when you get sideways.
What's it like then when you go to school and everybody asks you what you're doing at the week? You say, oh, I'm racing at Donington Park, I'm racing at Brands Hatch, all these iconic venues, and they're just sitting on the couch watching telly.
You asked me this last year. To be honest, none of them really asked about it that much. As I said last year, it's more the teachers that care over my friends. Yeah.
So nothing's changed in a year,
no,
basically?
Not really, no.
Right, look, best of luck anyway. We might be talking from top spot a little bit later. Good luck, enjoy the race, Wendy. Thank you for talking to us. Yes, almost time to get going for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The first race, there you are, first race of the 2026 season. It's going to be an absolute corker. Dave, over to you.
Ian, yes, the car's already on their green flag lap for round 1 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship 2025, and it is Ollie Smith, last year's Rookie of the Year, who is on pole position. Ollie Kerr and Josh Salvadori were last year's championship contenders. They've moved on to pastures new this year, so it's Ollie Smith and 87 Leon Holly on the front row of the grid. They're even being led round by a Citroën Saxo safety car, new addition for this year. Second row, Matthew Swatton, number 27, alongside 94 Lachlan Homer, the leading newcomer on the grid. Row 3, number 14 Martin Wright, we just heard from, and number 3 Jake Wardle. Fourth row, 23 Max Scharfegger and 29 Tim Leonard. The fifth row, 44 Zane Quecker. I know he's got plenty of fans watching on the stream. And alongside him, number 35 Freddie Chandler. And on row 6 we have 41 William Omar, 64 Ben Ward, final row 17 George Allen, and 96 Ralphie Branscombe, this year's scholarship winner. So getting ready then for the first of our 3 junior saloon car races over the course of this season opening weekend. I can't see our outside front row man, Leon Holly. I don't think he's there. So we'll check on that in just a moment. William Omar, the red car. I'm wondering if that's Josh Salvadori's old car, actually, with the Lightning McQueen branding removed. His was bright red. How about that? A Saxo safety car. Something new for junior saloon cars this year. They're all identical Citroën Saxo VTRs, 1600cc. 23 Max Scharfegger aggressively weaving to warm up his tyres there. He had a few track limits breaches in qualifying earlier on. There's Ben Ward, number 64, in the Kersley Motorsport car. Kersley Motorsport also running Matthew Swatton. Now, I don't think we have any previous race winners on the grid here, so it's going to be a new face on the top step of the podium. 17 there, towards the back is George Allen. Ralphie Branscombe rounding out the grid. So up to the grid they come then. This is Ollie Smith, the green, white and blue number 80 car on pole position. It looks like, unfortunately, we are missing number 87 Leon Holly, who should have been alongside. So row 2 is the red, white and blue number 27 of Matthew Swatton. The white and black number 94 of Lachlan Homer has a clear run down the outside. The blue car, new livery for number 14 Martin Wright. One of our marshals has taken a tumble. Thankfully you don't see that too often. Unfortunately he's okay. Oh dear. Behind the number 94, got number 3 Jake Wardle, the black and green car. So I make it 13 Citroën Saxos out there to do battle over the next 15 minutes in the sunset here at Donington Park. The opening round of the Junior Saloon Car Championship for 2026 is go. And away goes Ollie Smith from pole position, chased by Matthew Swatton. Start to sort themselves out down into Redgate corner. There's Leon Holly. He's in the pit lane. So Leon Holly will start from the pit lane in the number 87. Watch for him coming through. One of the more experienced drivers on this grid, the man from Devon. But it is number 80, Ollie Smith. His brother Harry Smith is a previous champion in this class a couple of years ago. He's now in the Mini Challenge. And in second place, Matthew Swatton. Third is Martin Wright. A good start from last year's scholarship winner. We've got a spinner at Redgate. It's the number 17 car. It's George Allen facing the wrong way. He gets going again as they start to sort themselves out around this opening lap. There's the number 35 car of Freddie Chandler, brother of Stephen Chandler, who's raced in this series in the past. Now helps run the Chandler Motorsports team. Ben Ward on the move from the back of the field, the Kersley Motorsport car, the red, white and blue with the red wheels towards the back. Headlights ablaze on Swatton and Wright's cars as they start to chase Ollie Smith for the lead. Fourth place, looks like it's Max Scharfegger, the number 23 car. His family have experience in everything from Caterhams to Citroën C1s in endurance racing. A small gap back to our next group. I think that's Lachlan Homer, is it next in the order? Has he dropped away? No, it's number 29 Tim Leonard, sorry, in the Oryx Motorsport car next in the order, the white and orange. He's ahead of Jake Wardle, so Lachlan Homer has dropped away in the number 94 car. He's quite a way down the order. In fact, I think he's behind Zane Quecker in the number 44 car. Always get plenty of comments on our stream during the junior races. A lot of friends of the drivers cheering them on. Lots of support for Zane Quecker. Has to say hello to O'Grady Electrical and the Garrison Tavern, who are supporting him in this year's championship. As the leaders come round to complete lap number 1, then it's Ollie Smith leading with Matthew Swatton on his tail. Ben Ward runs a bit wide at the back, chasing the red number 41 car of William Omar. 29 Tim Leonard holding off the attacks of Jake Wardle in the CSC racing car, the number 3. Then it is Lachlan Homer who drops a few places there. Queco is next, then Omar and Ward round out the top 10. Leon Holly is already up to 11th place, having started from the pit lane. I saw his car was in the assembly area, so presumably it refused to fire up in time. Freddie Chandler is 12th, Ralphie Branscombe 13th, and after his spin, George Allen brings up the rear of the field. Not to be confused with the former truck racer of the same name. Junior Saloon Cars will race alongside the British Truck Racing Championship this year. Of course, they kick off their season on Easter weekend at Brands Hatch. Ollie Smith leads them for second time up towards McLean's and Coppice. Runs a little bit wide there onto the curb. Matthew Swatton in second place. All these drivers looking for their maiden race victory. Martin Wright just takes a little bit of curb there on the inside. Very easy to do at McLean, so you can't really see the apex, especially not in fading light. That's Coppice, I should say. Scharfegger in fourth. There's Tim Leonard in fifth position in the number 29. Jake Wardle under fire from Lachlan Homer, recovering after dropping back on the first lap. He's up the inside into the Fogarty S's and goes through. The LH94 car, the man from Solihull in the West Midlands. So 4 cars together for the lead then. Not many places you see Citroen Saxos these days, quite scarce as road cars as well. Many of them got boy racered, of course, in years gone by. These boy racers certainly going hard at it. Zane Quecker coming under fire from Jake Wardle in the number 3. Drivers as young as 14 compete in the Junior Saloon Cars. Martin Wright has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.073, the third place man. Jake Wardle losing a couple of places on that lap because Quecker has gone ahead of him. Loving the eyes on the headlamps of the 44 car, the Oryx competition machine. And the red machine, number 41, that's William Omar, comes from London. Race leader Ollie Smith from Maidenhead in Berkshire. Freddie Chandler has pulled into the pits, possible problem for him. It's Mark Tucker says, to be fair, there's not many Citroen Saxos left anymore. Possible future classic? Who knows? Zane Quecker coming under pressure from Jake Ward. You can see Zane's got the black cross on the yellow background. That means novice. Quite a few novices in this race. A lot of the quicker names from last year having moved on up, including Ollie Kerr, who took the Simpson Race Exhaust number treble 2 car to the championship. Just a couple of points over Josh Salvadori. And they come along the back straights. Lachlan Homer having a look at Tim Leonard for P5. This is the battle for P7. Jake Wardle, is he going to have a look? No, he's not. Meantime, here come P1, 2, 3 and 4. Martin Wright, could he have a look for second place there? Not quite. Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Motorsport car just holds him off, prepared by Alex Kersley, very successful in the Hyundai Coupe Cup over recent seasons. Alex, now a car preparer. Son Harvey Kersley now races with the Coupe Cup. They'll be out on track here at Donington tomorrow, as will the MG Owners Club with a huge grid of over 30 cars. Tim Leonard still holding off Lachlan Homer for 5th place. Zane Quecker heads the next group ahead of Jake Wardle, 41 of William Omar. Ben Ward rounding out the top 10 in the 64. Then a gap back to Leon Holly in 11th place, having started from the pit lane. Ward swings his way through, very smartly turned out Kersley Motorsports prepared car. As the leaders come down the Craner curves. Second and third place, Swatton and Wright have got their headlights on, possibly to try and intimidate the race leader a little. 5th and 6th together. Leaders coming up to lap. Freddie Chandler, number 35, who has rejoined after his pit stop. Stephen Chandler, his older brother, finished as runner-up in the championship a few years back. Leaders head along the exhibition straight. Max Scharfegger's dropped back just a little bit from the second place fight now, and Ollie Smith, if anything, has opened up his lead. He was 0.6 of a second up at the end of the previous lap. Lachlan Homer, meanwhile, has just done the fastest lap, 1:58.702. That's the first car to dip under the 1:59 mark in this race. There's Chandler. Oh, Martin Wright locks up, heading into the hairpin. This could allow Max Scharfegger up alongside him. No, not quite. Martin Wright holds them off. All the way from Hale in Cornwall, Martin Wright, the scholarship winner last year. How's our current scholarship winner, Ralphie Branscombe, getting on? He's in 12th place at the moment. The leaders head over the line. Ollie Smith, is he heading for a first victory? Brothers won plenty of times in Saxos before, now in the mini challenge. Oh, Max Scharfegger got a wheel almost onto the grass there. He was going to swap ends, but he holds it together in 4th place. Yes, the lead gap is now up to 1.18 seconds, and no wonder, because Ollie Smith has just done a 1:58.221, half a second quicker than the previous fastest lap of Lachlan Homer. Starting to spread out now at the front of the field. The main battle is for 5th position between Tim Leonard and Homer. Zane Quecker heads the next group ahead of Wardle, Omar and Ward. Our commenters asking what kind of cars these are. They are Citroën Saxo VTRs, all 1600cc. Designed as to be as close and equal as possible. Swatton and Wright fighting it out. Freddie Chandler on the left in the white car has been lapped. He's been into the pits. Like a bit of damage to his front bumper there possibly, so maybe that's why he called in. Right, trying to line up a move on Matthew Swatton. Is he going to try and get down the inside into the Melbourne hairpin? Ollie Smith's pulled away in the lead. Swatton's moved to cover. The back marker's there as well, so there wasn't room. Now here comes Scharfegger back into play as well. Fight here for 2nd and 3rd. To the left-hander. You could be watching the British touring car stars of tomorrow here. Over the line they go. The lead gap has increased again by a full second, 2.269 seconds. Ollie Smith leads by, he's pulling away at a fair old rate of knots here. Scharfegger is nearly 10 seconds clear of Leonard, now in 5th position. He's still holding off Lachlan Homer. Zane Quecker's closing up on them as well. So no problem at all for Ollie Smith out in front. Another 2 races to come for these drivers tomorrow, of course. Along the bottom of the circuit they go, past where Starkey's Bridge used to cross the circuit. The old stone bridge ends before the edge of the track now. Matthew Swatton coming under pressure now from Martin Wright for that 2nd place. Up to Coppice. Scharfegger looking on. Ollie Smith, plain sailing at the moment out in front for the number 80, the Musketeer Motorsport car. His teammate Leon Holly is now up into 9th place. He's got ahead of Ward and Omar further back. Can Martin Wright make a move this time? There's no back marker about to get in the way. Matthew Swatton, look, he's moving to the inside. In the background there, he's moving to cover. Martin Wright now moves to the inside. He's holding the dummy, he's up the inside. Swatton turns in, but Wright's already there. Swatton has to give him room. He's up to 2nd now. Swatton needs to get back across, else he'll lose another place to Max Scharfegger. Good driving there by Martin Wright. He's got 2nd position, or has he? They head out towards Goddard. He's held it. Meantime, this battle further back. Tim Leonard, Zane Quecker. The number 3 is Jake Wardle, and also in there is Lachlan Homer. So Homer's lost a couple of spots in there. He's been shuffled back in this midfield fight. Meanwhile, Matthew Swatton back up the inside into Redgate. Hard to know where to look in this race. Swatton goes 2nd. retakes Martin Wright, but they're losing time with this scrapping all the time to Ollie Smith, who's able to pull away. He'll be liking what he sees in his mirror here. Yes, you fight with each other, I'll pull away in the lead, he says. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Round 1 of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Up towards Schwanzke. Fight for 5th is Leonard. Quaker, Wardle, Homer and Holly. There's Leon Holly, he's just got ahead of Lachlan Homer. Up into 8th position, so Lachlan Homer's dropping back. He must have had a moment on that previous lap out of our sight. Martin Wright trying again. Scharfegger just looking on, because if those two ahead of him should tangle or fall over each other, Scharfegger will benefit and he'll be up into 2nd place. Down to the Fogarty S's. See Swatton trying to position the car to defend. So it's good racing, very good racing between these two. Good racecraft being shown. Is Wright going to try again into the Melbourne hairpin? Swatton tries to move across, but he's got to go back to take the line, and that will be Wright's opportunity. No, this time he doesn't. He keeps Wright on his outside. So Wright will try and cut in. He might try and get him at Goddard's. Right on the bumper of the number 27 Saxos. They head up the hill, past the hospitality suites. Onto the brakes now for Goddard's. Matthew Swatton has held the place. But they're losing ground all the time to Ollie Smith. Over the line comes our race leader. 4.5 seconds clear. He's pulled away by nearly another second. Less than a minute left on the clock now. So we're into our final lap in the fading light at Donington Park. It's looking good for Ollie Smith to take the first win of the season. He started from pole position, started as the favourite. Battle for 5th is still headed up by Tim Leonard ahead of Quicker. Holly now in 7th, then Wardle. Homer's down to 9th. Ben Ward rounds out the top 10. Then it's Omar. Branscombe, the scholarship winner, in 12th. George Allen 13th, recovering from his spin on the first lap. And Freddie Chandler after his pit visit at the back of the field. The lead that Ollie Smith has got now. He's heading for victory. Into Coppice for what will be the last time. A bit of debris there on the outside, the course marker, I think. But the number 80, last year's Rookie of the Year, the man from Berkshire, comes down into the Fogarty S's, the checkered flag awaiting him in just 4 corners' time. He's through 2 of those corners, out of the Fogarty S's, up to the Melbourne hairpin. He's watched his rivals scrap with each other in his mirrors, and has been able to get away and control this race from the front. An excellent drive by Ollie Smith. Up towards Goddard for the final time. Onto the brakes. Swings it through the left-hander. Our first Junior Saloon Car Championship race of 2026 is won by number 80, Ollie Smith. He weaves in celebration. Side by side for second. Look at this over the line. Here they come. It's going to be a photo finish between Max Scharfegger and Martin Wright. What's happened to Matthew Swatton on that final lap? They almost finished 3 abreast. Scharfegger got it according to the timing screen. So what happened there on that final lap? Further back, Tim Leonard takes 5th place. 6th from the pit lane for Leon Holly. Zane Quecker is 7th. Wardle is 8th. Homer is 9th. He won't be too happy with that. He was up there in the top, almost in the top 5 early on. Ben Ward 10th. William Omar is 11th. And we await for our last couple of finishers then. We know Freddie Chandler will finish a lap down after going into the pits early on. So we wait for George Allen and Ralphie Branscombe, 2 of our newcomers. Here is Ralphie Branscombe, our scholarship winner this year. He'll finish 13th. George Allen ahead of him despite a spin early on. Great racing from the young guns in the Junior Car Championship. 14 cars go the distance. Wait the provisional results. Flashing the lights there as they come round on the slowdown lap. Race winner completing 8 laps in a time of 15 minutes 53.92 seconds. That's our first win for number 80, Ollie Smith. Smith wins it from Max Scharfegger, who snatches second from Martin Wright on the line, and a photo finish for his best ever finish, and the first podium for Martin Wright. Bad luck to Matthew Swatton. Something happened for him on the final lap there. He got shuffled back to 4th. Next group headed up by Tim Leonard in 5th, just ahead of Leon Holly. Fought through from the pit lane to finish 6th. Zane Kwecker on his debut finishes 7th. Jake Wardle 8th. Lachlan Homer dropping back to 9th. And Ben Ward completing the top 10. William Omar 11th. George Allen in 12th. Ralphie Branscombe on his debut in 13th. Freddie Chandler after a pit stop completing the finishers a lap down. Fastest lap went to Ollie Smith, 1:58.221 seconds. Well done indeed to our junior saloon car racers. And we will head down to Ian shortly in Parc Fermé for a chat to some of the drivers. It'd be nice to hear from some of our newcomers as well. I can tell you that was the final race of today. A revised timetable has been issued. The Pre-83 Group 1 touring car race, in view of the fading light here at Donington, has been moved to tomorrow. So the Pre-83 Group 1 touring car race has been moved to take place tomorrow. That was the final race of today's action, and we can now head down to Parc Fermé.
Well, I spoke to Ollie Smith a little bit earlier. He is going for the championship in 2026, and he has got off to a perfect start. Pole position and the race win. I don't think days get much better than that. Ollie, I'll let you get your helmet off first of all, because I want to see that smile. I want to see that beaming smile. There it is. There it is. Ollie, what a perfect day for you today. Does it get any better than this?
I don't think so. It possibly couldn't, no.
You got out in front, you started from pole and you just never looked back. You controlled the race from the off.
Yeah, certainly. I think Matthew kept me on my toes at the start. Once the cars behind came to him, then they started battling and I just got my head down and gone.
Is this the first of many this season?
Well, we hope so, don't we?
Top man, I don't want to jinx anything. Go on, go celebrate. Congratulations indeed. Where's Martin? He's over there. Let's have a quick chat with him. A first podium for Martin Wright in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Martin, well done. How does that feel?
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, good.
First podium must be delighting,
right?
Right?
It was quite a tight battle between me and Swatton and Trofega there, so
it was brilliant, wasn't
intense,
it?
Yeah.
Look, a nice pot to go on the trophy cabinet. Well done, congratulations, Martin Wright, everybody. Sorry, Anton, getting too close. Let's grab Max for a chat. Wow, well done, my friend.
Thank you.
That was amazing. What a finish that was, blimey.
Yeah, that was interesting.
0.043 over.
So how close it was.
That's how close it was. So next time, do you want to like make it a bit easier? You know,
it would help. Yeah.
Good. Happy. Good way to start the season.
Yeah, good way to start the season.
Excellent stuff. Well done. Enjoy tonight. You're back tomorrow, of course. Yes, Junior Saloon Car Championship. They are in action tomorrow as well. What a race that was. That battle for second and third, absolutely sensational. Right, that is it. There's no pre-83 race for the classic touring cars. Lights is almost gone here at Donington Park. That race will be shunted and put on tomorrow's build. There's a little bit of extra time at the end of the day. So as soon as we find out the new timetable, we will let you know. Thank you to all of you for watching. Remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. We're back live tomorrow. I am going to hand back to Dave Goddard though for the final word. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Well, thanks very much to Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Fermé and in the pit lane, and to our Britcar pit reporters today as well. As we say, that is the end of today's action. In view of the fading light here at Donington, the Pre-83 touring car race that we're hoping for to end the programme has been postponed until tomorrow. There is a new timetable. We kick off at the scheduled time of 10:20 a.m. with the Pre-66 touring cars. That's followed by the Junior Saloons. After that, the Pre-83s have what is now their first race of the weekend, and then we have the first race for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, who join us tomorrow, as do the Hyundai Coupes. The second Pre-83 race will take place immediately after the lunch break, and that's followed by the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. That's followed by our third Junior Saloon race, then a second race for the Track Action Race Club. The mixed grid of classic touring cars follows that, the Pre-9303 Boss and Thunder. That's been moved further back in the timetable. And then a second race each for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, and finally the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. So we will still get our 16 races this weekend. So apologies if you were waiting for the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. That's now been moved to tomorrow. We will get our full complement of races here this weekend. Thank you to all your comments during the Junior Saloon Car race. They're going to see plenty of support for our young racers, especially our newcomers. They get 2 more races tomorrow, so we'll try and read out more of your messages then. But that is time to end here at Donington Park today on day 1 of the season for BARC TV. Thank you to all the marshals and officials as always, and thank you to you, the viewers. I hope you've enjoyed the action, and we'll be back with you tomorrow. We kick off with our first race at 10:20 a.m. I'll see you then. Bye for now.